Sure, you should have a good day today. I am positive. Look, before we take the roll call, I will just note the apologies first. We have formal apologies from Councillor Newman, and I'm sure you all join with me and wish him all the best for his upcoming nuptials. And I think love must be in the air because we also have on the 26th of March, Deputy Chair Shane Henderson is getting married to his fiancée, Brooke. And so I think on behalf of us, I would like to note, I've got a bit of a feedback there, bit of a note, all the best, Shane, to you and your good lady for your upcoming wedding on the 26th. I have early departure for Mayor Goff on council business, and I have, what time, Mayor Goff?
It'll probably be, it's a meeting with the Prime Minister actually, but it'll be later this afternoon, this afternoon. So hopefully we'll be done and dusted by then. Hopefully
with the luck of the Irish on our side, you should be fine by then. And Councillor Fletcher, we have early departure for you. What time is that, please?
I've got to attend a funeral. It's 11 o'clock, so okay. I'll be leaving early.
Thank you. So I have those formal apologies. I'd like to move. Do I have a seconder, Councillor Dalton?
Yes, I'll second.
Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Right, we'll now take the official roll call. Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just wait for the screen to come up to the top.
Apologies, my screen seems to be buffering.
I've got the list, Maya. Do you want me to go through it?
Okay. We can take it by hand, yes, please. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, I've got it. So obviously I'm here. Deputy Chair Shane Henderson.
Yep.
Present. Councillor Bartley. Oh, you've got it now because my order is probably different to your order, so I'll let you guys take over.
Sorry, thank you. Mayor Goff.
Yeah, kia ora.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Aye.
Councillor Bartley. IMSB member Blair.
He's an apology, sorry, my fault.
Thank you.
Apology. His wife has COVID.
Thank you.
He's looking after her.
Councillor Casey.
Morena, Sandra.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
Tēnā koe, Sandra.
Thank you. Councillor Combe.
Kia ora.
Councillor Dalton, sorry.
Present.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Cooper. Sorry.
I'm here, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dalton.
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Darby.
Kia ora tātou.
Councillor Filipina.
Manuia Letsaya.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Morena.
Thank you. Councillor Hills.
Morena, everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Mulholland.
Good morning, present.
Thank you. Councillor Sayers.
Yes, present, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stewart.
Good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yes, here.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Hello.
Thank you. IMSB Chair Taipari.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Young.
Kia ora, tātou tāo.
Thank you. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for that. So we've done the apologies. I'll move on to declarations of interest. Any declarations of interest? There being none, I'll move on to item 3, which is the confirmation of our prior minutes. And I have 2 sets of minutes to confirm. That of the 9th of December, the ordinary meeting open, and of the 8th of February 22, which are both open and confidential. So I'll move the confirmation of those minutes. Do I have a second?
Happy to second, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. I have received no petitions and I have received no public input, but we do have local board input. And so whilst that was probably dubious from a perspective, I was happy to take Ruth as the chair of the Devonport Takapuna. So welcome, Ruth. Are you online? Have we got the local board online?
Yes, Ruth, Chair Jackson is just coming online now. Chair Simpson.
So sorry for the delay. I was having connectivity issues, which has blighted all of us from time to time. So are you ready for me to present?
We are. Thank you.
Lovely.
Jackson. Yes, Ruth.
Lovely. So I might do the next slide thing, please, if I may. I'm not really sure how to drive these online yet. I need a technical lesson. So if we go back to the yes, this one. This is great. Thank you so much. Sorry, I'm a little bit rattled by not being able to get in. So I note that there were 20 submissions to this, and first of all, I want to note that while that seems like a very low number, I compare that with the number of submissions to things that have been widely advertised across the whole of Auckland for public submissions. Signs bylaw, there were 106 submissions, stormwater bylaw, 79 submissions, property maintenance and nuisance, 30 submissions. That's from across the whole of Auckland. So in that context, 20 from our area about a local park being proposed for sale doesn't seem too bad. I'll just very quickly rattle through some of the high points which are in fact in your agenda with the submissions. People spoke about green space being essential for wellbeing. Parks and open spaces needed to. Sorry, I need to go back a step. Madam Chair, thank you very much for allowing us the opportunity to speak with you today, and thank you also, councillors, for your time and attention. I'm sorry, I have completely forgotten my manners. Going back to the public submissions, people are concerned about the loss of any green space, particularly as we face unprecedented intensification. Park is already well used by local workforce. It's becoming increasingly well used by local residents, particularly through these COVID times as our green spaces have become more appreciated. They spoke about environmental and biodiversity benefits, the climate emergency, and whether this is, this being contrary to Council's climate goals, noting that once it's sold, it is gone forever. That the money isn't being reinvested in the area, and that the sale was opposed by the local board and by residents. If I could please have the next slide, thank you. So the sale of a local park would normally be a local board decision, and that would normally be, okay, we're going to sell one piece of land in order to reinvest in something else in our area. That clearly isn't the case with the things on the emergency budget asset sales list. We passed a resolution opposing the sale of parks, reserves, land or other spaces that fulfil a service requirement or are needed to respond to future growth demand. In our view, this does fulfil a service requirement, and it is needed to cater for our population growth. If I could please have the next slide. Our open space network plan that we refreshed last year, staff identified that there is in fact significant gaps in our open spaces in our area. Really the only one is the old Devonport Borough. Pretty much everything else in the black circles on the left hand, figure 11, you can see there are shortages, and figure 10 on the right hand side, you see where the red outlines show where our most intensive growth is expected. This is going to be even more so now under NPSUD and the Housing Supply Act, and they correspond very much to exactly where our shortage already is, let alone coping with growth. May I please have the next slide? This is from your agenda. I've just made a few little colourful additions to it. So the green parks shown here, I've done orange cross-hatching, sorry, not terribly well drawn, against parks that are steeply sloping and are therefore not suitable for all ages and stages. They're certainly not really mobility friendly or friendly for our older people. They're not places where you can run around and kick a ball if you're a kid. The ones with the sort of magenta hatching, they are taken up by sports and clubs leases. So they're not places where you can go and just chill out or have a sandwich at lunchtime or, again, you know, just randomly kick a ball about. And the one with the blue X sort of underneath the very large pink one, that's actually a stormwater pond. It's a fenced off stormwater pond that nobody can access. So some of these places are not quite all that they seem. If I could please have the next slide. And this next slide actually adds a layer of turquoise cross-hatching in the other direction. Those are parks that have been identified at risk of coastal inundation and erosion. So as far as future needs, we don't know how useful they will really be in our open space portfolio. That is yet to come. If I might please have the next slide. We also noticed that on the title, which I don't think is in your report, is that there are a number of encumbrances on the title. There's a building restriction line, a sewer easement, and electricity supply easements. If I could move to the next slide, please. So the building line restriction, which I have looked up, was Order in Council from 1929. That means the front part of the site can't be built on, and I've circled that in a sort of a bluey purple there, so you can see that building line restriction there. So that trumps everything, including the unitary plan and the NPSUD, and you can't build on that bit. If I could go to the next one, please. There's also a sewer easement that's been in place since 1957. That bisects, that goes across the back. I've circled the property in question again in a purpley blue, and you'll see the red sewer line coming about a third of the way from the back boundary. So that is also an impediment to this being an easy site for anybody who wanted to develop it. If I could have the next slide, please. The current Auckland Council geomaps, the underground services layer, shows there is in fact also another sewer that almost bisects it north-south in half. So again, that's, you know, that could be an impediment to this being a useful site. If I could have the next slide, please. Less problematic, but up the eastern boundary, you'll see there's stormwater. And I believe that the one to the west or on the left as we're looking at it here is beyond the area being sold to, so that's not an issue. If I could please have the next slide. These are the electricity easements. There's one at the front that I've circled labelled F and one at the back labelled G, which again I've circled. So there's quite a lot going on this site. If I could please have the next slide. So these were really sort of things that I wondered and wasn't clear about whether the committee had been made aware of these different, of the building line, the sewer easements, the electricity supply easements, you know, or received any advice on the likely effect of those on what the potential building footprint might be and the development potential. It's only a 496 square metre site, and whether or not you've received any advice on the potential of effect of that on what you might yield from a sale, and whether or not that is really going to be helpful in fixing the city's financial woes and weighing that up against the social and environmental and climate cost of the loss of green space. And that is it from me. I'd like to, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have, Madam Chair. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair Jackson. I'll open now to the committee for any questions. There being none.
Yeah, sorry, Madam Chair. I was trying to type up in the chat bar.
That's okay.
Bit slow. My school C typing skills are down a bit, so I'll just interrupt. I've got a couple of questions for Chair Jackson, if that's okay. Thank you for your presentation, Ruth. Two questions really. The first goes to the local board's position. I take your point that in the public consultation there was 100% opposition to the sale from submitters. Could you also confirm that this has been a consistent position of the local board since 2017? Am I correct in assuming that?
Yes.
Okay. Just the follow-up to that, and it really goes to those initial questions, is that in Takapuna is an area obviously earmarked for intensive development. Is it your understanding that, you know, essentially in such areas is that what there is what we've got? So in terms of acquisition of new space, that doesn't actually occur in brownfield areas. That all that does happen is perhaps money's invested in existing space. So in instances like that, this opportunity to hold on to land or acquire land is really not a feasible expectation of the community, even when intensification occurs on a fairly significant level. Is that your understanding of how the acquisition of open space goes in metropolitan centres?
Sorry, thank you for the question. Yes, it's a discussion that we had fairly extensively as we were doing a refresh of our open space network plan that we adopted last year, is that there's really nowhere in fairly well built up areas like ours that's available to be purchased. There are no sizable, a lot of the parks that we have across that area, and I'm sure this is the same in many areas, where you previously had large blocks of undeveloped land and a developer took it on, and then they had to provide a park or open space as a part of that, or a reserve contribution. But we don't have big blocks left to carve up. The chances of us having, if a house came on the market and we thought, oh, that's in a nice place where we've got a gap, let's buy that, there's no money to do that. We don't get growth funding. The growth funding for the acquisition of new parks, we've told none of that's coming to us, and that will all be to develop parks and open spaces in the more, greenfield and city fringe areas that are being developed into housing. So A, there's no land to buy, and B, if there was, we would have no hope of affording it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Walker.
Sure. So I've got two or three questions. One of them picks up on the commentary in the report around the climate impact statement, and I know you refer to that. If we have a situation where Takapuna Beach, which is arguably a very important place where people congregate and they walk and the like, effectively becomes a beach where there is no beach anymore, because even an incredibly small increase in sea level rise basically means you'll have high tide all the time. And as you point out, there hasn't been the coastal compartment planning done for Takapuna, and there could be impacts around erosion and the like. Do you think it's premature, it's really too early to make this sort of decision, and that this notion that there aren't any climate impact effects is actually not accurate?
Yes, again, thank you for the question, Councillor Walker. There doesn't seem to be, now we have seen some in different workshop sessions, council officers have demonstrated different sort of map layers to us that show coastal erosion, coastal inundation, that sort of thing. So while this particular park isn't directly affected, it is indirectly affected, because if we lose, as you say, usable beach, as that comes up to the actual boundaries of people's properties and stays there. And there, you know, we've seen maps where, you know, homes along the beachfront all along our entire coast could be lost, or parts of their properties lost to eventual inundation and sea level rise. The projected lines we've seen of coastal erosion are even more scary than the coastal inundation ones. And again, that might take away, you know, usable, you know, the park down at the end of the promenade where the boat ramp is. That's absolutely in the zone for both. We could lose that. We could lose, you know, really usable beach. A lot of the Takapuna Beach Reserve could go. That's, yeah. So it becomes then those spaces that are not taken by that become more important. The whole of Barry's Point Reserve and the whole of Patawoni Walkway and Reserve, those are in the inundation zone as well. So the ones that we have that are high enough above sea level not to be affected become more important.
Okay, thanks, Ruth. The other question I've got goes to this point that's being made in point 12 in the officer's report around this open space provision around a 1,000 square metre minimum requirement for pocket parks. And now, my question goes like this. Obviously, that might be a consideration for new purchases, but in a situation where you've got a relatively small park, but it's incredibly well placed, if we accepted the advice of Jan Gaal around the importance of having human scale and trees and the like and intimacy, and the circumstance where we see in many cities overseas, London, Vienna, all over the place, where you actually have these small parks in cities that are incredibly well used. Do you think that this policy, while it might have some merit for acquisitions, really doesn't apply in a situation like this? And I guess further to that, I mean, if we lost this park space, the cost of actually replacing it in terms of anything in the area, because of the huge and escalating value, especially because of the government's intensification, and obviously the development that would be required, because this little park is up and running. I mean, it's got the seats, it's got the lovely trees, it's, you know, it's got everything, would be almost impossible. So my question really is around some of these comments that appear in the report around this 1,000 square metres.
Yeah. So yes, I mean, and I do agree. It's not something I've specifically spoken with other board members about, but yeah, I mean, 1,000 square metres is great as a measure when you're looking at acquiring a new park, but and I think that's an ideal to reach for. But I don't. That means that we should go around anything that we've got that's less than 1,000 square metres and start saying that doesn't make the grade, let's get rid of it. I think that would certainly be counterproductive. And in acquiring new space, again, it is a very worthy ideal, and it gives you space to plant trees and do different activities and have different things for different people. But, you know, there are not that many suburban properties these days that are 1,000 square metres. And so even if something came up for sale that we're thinking it's in an area, we somehow managed to magic up the money for somewhere, but it's only 500 square metres or 600 or 700, doesn't meet the 1,000, therefore let's pass on that. That doesn't make sense either. You know, and while it's a worthy goal, we shouldn't get rid of things that are less than that than we've got. We can't afford to do that. There's too great a climate and social cost to do that, and the financial and monetary cost of buying anything is prohibitive, and we shouldn't not buy smaller parcels that are available simply because we've got the ideal of 1,000 square metres. We need little bits everywhere. We need every square inch that we can keep our hands on.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sayers.
So just a supplementary question, Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry.
I'd be interested to know how many very small pocket parks across Auckland, particularly in older parts of the city, would be affected if we applied this policy. It could have severe ramifications.
We can follow up on that query for you, Councillor. Is that it, Councillor?
Yes, small is beautiful.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ruth, thank you very much. I think it's very helpful, your presentation. We, as an organisation, we need to be diligent that we understand the titles, I guess, in terms of encumbrances and easements, etc. So thank you for that. Probably, Madam Chair, the signal there might be we need to ensure that's always in our reports if they exist. But Ruth, my question goes around, I guess, a concern about false economies. You've talked about costs, social costs, environmental costs, but if we just look at the financial costs here, and I think Councillor Walker was starting to allude to it, and I thought he might ask my question directly, but in terms of the actual price that we might fetch for the sale versus the replacement cost of replacing that land, if you had the opportunity to buy it theoretically, have you got any numbers around that? I'm just concerned, we might be discounting sales not only on this property, but perhaps for others that we need to look at going forward, Ruth. Have you got any quantitative numbers you could give us in regard to that?
No, we certainly haven't ever had any regarding this property and what the potential yield of that would be in the market. I'm aware that new valuations are out, which may or may not affect that. They're usually behind the market anyway, those. They're usually sometime in catching up. And again, we haven't gone down into really fine-grained detail about what it would cost us to buy something elsewhere, simply because there's nothing available. So it's very much a hypothetical until you've actually got a piece of land. But the overwhelming consensus is that we simply would not be able to buy anywhere. We simply don't have anything in our capital budget to buy anything. It would be different if we were, as a local board, making a decision that this isn't serving a great purpose. It might be in the wrong, whatever reason why local boards might sometimes decide to sell a parcel of park or open space. But normally they're doing that because they're reinvesting. They're reinvesting in the community centre, or they're buying a more suitable space somewhere else. And that isn't happening here. That money is being lost from the area, although I know that the thing is sort of topping up our appalling bank balance is not I understand that, but it means that we are not providing any kind of like for like or even similar to our residents. So our residents are losing an amenity, and we have also been championing our board, looking at, from a financial point of view, is looking at selling a parcel of the city's airport shares so that selling open spaces becomes unnecessary. And that the only time we would sell an open space is where we can put that to better use for our community in a really direct, on the ground, they can touch it, feel it, see it kind of way.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
It does, with obviously that we're trying to create money as a revenue stream. But Madam Chair, I just wonder if there could be a lesson in here for us around the financial analysis that we get as councillors. The even if it's in confidential, the yields that the disposal might be producing versus any potential discount that there needs to be on the property because of what might be sitting on the title, Madam Chair. I think that'd be helpful for us to know as decision makers.
Thank you.
And I think Ruth has probably highlighted that today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor. It was a tough one for the chair, definitely. Deputy Mayor Bill Cashmore, I think you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation, Ruth. Very simple question. How much has the local board invested in this park over the past 10 years? Other than general.
It hasn't been. It hasn't required a great deal of investment. It was landscaped and trees planted. Really the money that it costs us basically amounts to sort of mowing and emptying the bins and, making sure the seat's maintained. It's not a drain on our finances, but so it's very cost effective in providing a very good amenity for very little output, and it hasn't required a lot of, it hasn't required capital investment. It's a lovely little spot.
And do you have usage numbers?
No, but I doubt that local boards anywhere have usage numbers on really any of their parks. I don't think we have the facility to collect that data. So it's purely anecdotal. I see people out there all the time having their lunch. It's become more popular with, local residents as we're out and about, over these last years of COVID, and people are rediscovering spaces that they hadn't, they don't want to go to a park that's really crowded. So they're filtering back out into the parks that, have been slightly less loved. This one's got a really great benefit in that it's sheltered. So whereas the beachfront reserve, you get the easterly roaring in and it's not a place you want to be sitting and eating your sandwich, whereas this one's sheltered by, housing and things from further down the street. And even when it's roaring a gale down at the beach, you can still get a nice sheltered spot there to have your lunch. And, so residents are rediscovering a lot of our spaces and making more use of them. But it's anecdotal. I don't think anyone anywhere has counts on any park. I could be wrong about that.
Thanks, Ruth. Are the ashtrays, cigarette sort of holding things still there? I mean, I remember them from years ago when I went there.
No, there's just a burn. I think ashtrays are very much not de rigueur anymore.
Cool. Thank you.
People do use it to smoke, but we're not actively encouraging them.
I seem to remember it was called Smokers Park way back in the day, but that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Funnily enough, I did see the ashtrays when I visited. Deputy Chair of the Finance Committee, Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. 3 questions, but I'll be quick. First and foremost, is there a shortage of public open space in Takapuna?
Yes.
Okay.
Staff identified that and enshrined that and elucidated in our open space network plan, and highlighted Takapuna as one of the many areas in our. So 3/4 of our area has a shortage, including Takapuna.
Okay, and just picking up on your point around this that you've presented around spaces to kick a ball in, it doesn't seem very large and it's next to a service lane. Is this site appropriate to kick a ball around in?
It's one of the only flat ones we've got. We've got that and we've got Potters Park. That's pretty much it, where you could kick a ball anywhere. So I guess, it would be nice to say buy the place next door to this and make it even bigger. That probably isn't going to happen. So, this is one of only 2 flat spaces we've got in Takapuna. So it may be small, but it's
not including the beach.
Not
including the beach, I take it. Yeah, not including the beach, I take it.
No, and I mean at high tide, the beach isn't a place that you can kick a ball. Anyway.
Sure. Okay, just one last question. What was the board's resolution on asset recycling in the emergency budget?
So I have the wording here. I have the one specifically relating to parks and open spaces. Does not support the divestment or sale of park or reserve land or other open space that currently fulfills a service requirement, or any other land that has been identified as needed to respond to future growth and demand. So our view is that this does fulfil a service requirement and it is needed to respond to future growth and demand.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Point of order.
Sorry, I've got a point of order, so I'll have to stop. Councillor Hills, your point of order.
Question for clarification. Was the chair reading out the amendment that lost as opposed to the actual resolution that passed? Just want to check.
This is the one that passed.
The one that I see that passed says supports the concept of asset recycling and the sale of council assets holding the means of increasing revenue, but only if those assets proposed for recycling or divestment have been identified as not serving a current or future service requirement. It seems you read the one that lost, which
And
was does not support.
Just a point of order, look, Ruth, you don't need to check. The resolution is actually in our report under local board feedback, item 28. So I will, I'll leave that where it is. But thank you, Councillor Henderson, for asking the question. I'll leave the point of order. The fact is in the paper. Thank you. Is that all, Councillor Henderson?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Yes. Next question, Chair of the IMSB, David Typering. Kia ora.
Ngā mihi, kia koutou tēnei wā. Kia ora, Ruth. Just a question. Ngāti Whātua, or Tururanga or Ngāti Whātua have shown an interest in the property for disposal. What engagement has the local board had with Ngāti Whātua?
The elected members, we have not had that opportunity at all. But we understood that from the report on your agenda that, you know, council officers had undertaken some kind of engagement, but we weren't invited to be part of that as a board.
Would the board would have liked to have talked to Tururanga or Ngāti Whātua?
Yeah.
But you didn't choose to do that of your own action?
It was a situation where it was really being dealt with largely through council, and we were invited to give feedback. So we weren't really part of the process of any of that. And that seems to be a fairly sort of common thing, is that those are dealt with at sort of staff level, and we are not certainly encouraged to do that, which is something that we've talked to staff about actually on other issues as well.
Okay, that's unfortunate. Because they have a position, I understand, that if it goes to disposal, that they want an option to secure that property. What would be the board's view about that, or yours?
I'd have to ask the board. That's not something that we'd been aware of, and so we haven't formed a view on that. I wouldn't like to sort of second guess the other members' views on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Look, I've got no further questions, so I'll just ask a final question, Ruth, before we wrap up. Does your board support the council's smoke-free policy?
I don't think it's something that we've resolved on, but again, I wouldn't like to guess, but I do.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's not something that's actually come before us.
Okay, thank you. Look, I've got no further questions, so I'd like to really thank you, Ruth, for coming to present today. I really appreciate you taking the time, and to that end, I have been asked by your two councillors for them to move your vote of thanks, and I think that's appropriate. So if I could possibly ask Councillor Hills and Councillor Darby to move your vote of thanks. Is that all right, councillors?
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. So
thanks, Chair Jackson. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I've got a vote of thanks. All those in favour say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Against, carried. Thank you. We have no extraordinary items, so now moving to agenda number 8, which is a presentation from Eden Park Trust Board. And to introduce the item, I welcome first our Group Treasurer, John Bishop, to introduce the item before handing over to Eden Park.
Look, thank you, Madam Chair. So this is one of the regular updates from the Eden Park Trust Board. I'll take the council report as read. It gives an update on the progress of the committee resolutions from 2019, and I'll be happy to take any questions at the end of this item. But now I'll hand over to Brett, Nick and Vicky from the Eden Park Trust Board to run through their presentation. So I think over to you, Nick.
Excuse me, John. Doug Mackay here. Vicky Salmon is unfortunately not able to make it today, so I am here. And Madam Chair, is it all right if I start with just a very quick introduction?
Absolutely. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Well, kia ora tātou, tēnā koe and morena all. It is wonderful to be here and update you as we agreed 3 years ago we should and we would. I'd just like to note that it is 3 years since your generous grant support for the urgent CapEx and asset management projects that we talked to you about for the park back then. And since then, of course, it's been very difficult times for us all, but you of all people know that better than most. I also see, if you haven't picked it up in the media, Wellington Stadium has requested today, this week, an urgent $3 million for OPEX funding support from the Wellington Council. But I'd just like to highlight, if anyone thought there was a parallel there with us, the parallel is we're all under financial pressure, including council. But at Eden Park, we are managing our OPEX budgets for now, but it's the deferred maintenance and another round of CapEx support that is a conversation we would like to start with the committee today once we've delivered our update presentation. We did appreciate Jim and Peter visiting and walking the park recently with Nick and I to see firsthand the challenges of neglected and tired assets which we are unable to fund via our depreciation. Nick and Brett will update you as to the current status and lead off a conversation about our future funding needs, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Absolutely, thank you.
Nick or Brett, it's over to you.
Nick, can you hear us? Yeah.
Yeah, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for your time this morning. And I'm going to pass over to Brett, who will cover off on the first slide, and then I'll take over the presentation.
I'll just wait for that slide to come up. There we are. Kia ora and good morning, everybody. Two sets of figures there. Firstly, a recap on our annual report result. Our balance date was 31 October last year, so we were close to the end of the financial year when we presented to you in October, and I believe that we gave you a forecast indicating how those results were looking, and it was a strong result for the year. We've achieved a profit before depreciation of $5.3 million, despite the fact there were COVID lockdowns in the year. We were fortuitous in their timing, and we obviously managed to host the 660 concert, and extremely fortuitous to be able to host 2 rugby test matches and the completion of the Super Rugby Trans-Tasman series with a final at Eden Park. So it was a good result overall despite the difficulties. And through that time we were preparing our 2022 budgets. So with the lockdown beginning on the 17th of August, we were faced with the uncertainty of not knowing how long that would last, what the consequences would be. So we budgeted fairly conservatively for the 2022 financial year based on the events that we had booked, but without certainty that they would take place. And through the first 3 months of the financial year, there was little activity booked or, in fact, played at the park. And we now, of course, face the uncertainty of what lies ahead of us. We've hosted 1 Super Rugby game under the restrictions of 100-person pods. There's the Women's Rugby Cricket World Cup coming up this weekend before restricted crowds. So on that basis, we'll leave you with the budget numbers, but there are too many scenarios to predict exactly where we will go with respect to forecasting in the current financial year, and I'll leave it for Nick to talk through some of those implications. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett, and thank you again, councillors, for the opportunity today. This has been the most challenging period of the COVID pandemic for Eden Park Trust and for stadia across the world. One thing that we have seen is stadiums are the first to close and the last to reopen. And the government restrictions that have been implemented on stadia means it's had a material impact on Eden Park Trust and continues to do so over the next 4 months. Brett just touched on this weekend we have the delayed or deferred Women's Cricket World Cup with restrictions of 20% of our capacity and no crowds at major events, with Super Rugby being transferred down to Queenstown, and then our first Super Rugby fixture at the park where 12 pods of 100 was implemented with 602 patrons attending. For that reason, there was no catering services implemented and minimal revenue derived from the event for Eden Park Trust. Another challenge has been the postponement due to the uncertainty around content. We weren't able to access the government event fund, and that has seen 660 push out, and we'll talk to that on some following slides. In relation to our fixed cost, it was reported in previous council meetings and within our annual report of approximately 500K per month in fixed costs, and that has been something that we've had to fund through our debt. Over 95% reduction in our function, conference, tourism, our experienced business streams, and we are still awaiting confirmation of the 2 All Blacks tests later this year. This year we had no international cricket scheduled in Auckland due to COVID restrictions that also added additional burden to our stadium membership. In relation to the events and the rescheduling events, it's an important note to factor is that not only have we lost that revenue for past or current financial years, but the rescheduling of those events means that it has created some congestion in the funnel of activity for later in the year and early next year, meaning that potential events that would have been held at Eden Park are now either not coming to Tamaki Makaurau or indeed going to alternate venues. I mentioned the ICC Women's Cricket World Cup. As everyone is aware, that is being held this weekend, and I do encourage all councillors, if they have the opportunity, there are still tickets available for this weekend, whether it be the Australian-India fixture on Saturday at 2 p.m. or on Sunday, the White Ferns versus England at 11 o'clock. The Rugby World Cup, we've worked with New Zealand Rugby to ensure that the event was held in Aotearoa, and we're very proud to have been able to secure the 3 Women's World Cups over the next now 2 years. However, that takes out the venue for close to an 8-week period. 660 I mentioned was scheduled for 9 April. It's hard to believe that it's almost 12 months since that inaugural concert, and unfortunately we haven't been able to host the events, and that has had a cumulative effect on our operations but also our full-time and casual workforce, with a rescheduled date for now November 19 later this year. Te Matatini, an event that comes to to Tamaki Makaurau once every 20 years. We've had 2 postponements, but we're very proud that that event will continue and will be held, subject to obviously alert levels, in February 2023 at our national stadium. With regard to grant funding, we're on track and have been working with council officers around the 9.8 million, and I reiterate our chairman's comments earlier that without this funding we would not have been able to attract the event calendar that we have for the city and for the stadium, and create the employment opportunities for not only at the venue but also within the local community. We have approximately $1 million of that funding to be spent between now and the 30th of June, and those projects have commenced, and we will ensure that they are completed by the required dates. With regard to grant funding, the Trust doesn't have the capacity to fund future capital projects through debt. We are currently in discussions with Auckland Unlimited, along with Sport New Zealand, FIFA and MB for funding for the FIFA Women's World Cup. Trustees are particularly nervous around that event. We don't want to be in a situation similar to that of the Rugby World Cup, whereby there was a debt legacy arising and an insurance bill from hosting a World Cup event. In relation to the EY report that Council commissioned some years back now, there is a 10-year program of $62.8 million worth of required CapEx for the park, and as it is currently, that remains unfunded. We have been working with council officers, and I'd like to acknowledge both Jim and Peter for their efforts today, and in accordance with advice received, we will be making a submission to council in relation to the annual council's budgeting process. I just again want to reiterate the importance of the FIFA Women's World Cup. This is a genuine opportunity for gender equality in sport. And we look, in the past week, we've seen International Women's Day, and I'm very proud as a father of two Kiwis, two Kiwi girls, to be in a situation where Eden Park, Tamaki Makaurau and Aotearoa will host those 3 Women's World Cups, including the 9 FIFA Women's World Cup matches in 2023. Without Eden Park and our capacity, those events would not have been able to be secured for the city and for the country. And it is an important note that a number of World Cup events have the requirement for 50,000 seat capacity. I wanted to touch on the last 6 months just to give a flavour of some of the areas that the park has been focused on due to the downturn with the activities thanks to the implications of COVID. We have implemented a new 3-year strategic plan and added 2 new priorities that include honouring and implementing a Māori strategy and fostering equality and inclusion through our actions and events. And our 3-year strategic strategy has an alignment with Auckland Council in terms of their priorities, and we see ourselves as a vital asset for Auckland in being able to deliver in accordance with a number of Auckland City's priorities. Our target is to emerge stronger again following the pandemic, and we know that we can play an important role for the city as we rebuild confidence. I wanted to touch on a couple of initiatives that are featured in the slide that you are looking at currently. In terms of our climate and waste minimisation, we've been working with the Morningside Urban Market Garden to implement now our second site, whereby refugee women are learning the skills required to be able to set up a business, grow various products and then sell to the local community. We're very proud that that initiative came from an introduction from a local resident in Reamers Avenue, and now we're in a situation where we have our second site on the park's footprint. That site now sees community composting, e-waste collection, organic mulch being distributed from restaurants and cafes in the area, and also all stadium food scraps get composted on site as part of our commitment to address some of the challenges with climate action and climate change. In relation to climate change, I wanted to touch on the announcement from central government around light rail down Sandringham Road. That connecting with CRL into Kingsland makes public transport 2 very viable alternatives for people to get their way to and from the park. And we see now over 60% of patrons adopting public transport to get to the venue. In terms of our ongoing commitment to recycling rubbish and our food scraps, we have mandated to our hirers, and it was something that was important in us getting WELL certification, the first venue in Australasia to get WELL certification, that all our packaging on event days now in our retail outlets is compostable. We have encouraged our hirers to eliminate single-use promotional products, and I do challenge everyone not to wear a KFC bucket on their head when cricket is at Eden Park. They go straight to landfill. In terms of the asset and the community activity, Very proud, and thank you to those councillors who did attend our Māori-driven vaccination event on the park. It was a campaign that then rolled out throughout Tamaki Makaurau and in alignment with Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei. And it was great to see so many people coming, getting vaccinated and assisting with us reopening the city and the economy. Also, Councillor Darby and Councillor Hills, like to acknowledge your sharing of our messaging and the city's messaging around the sport, and in response to what has transpired in the Ukraine, and the world certainly did see, and we had over 380,000 shares and views of the imagery of Eden Park being lit up in support of the Ukraine. We did put on an essential workers Super Bash game on the number 1 to acknowledge some of the workers around town and have some cricket content on the number 1. And Katie Perkins, one of the Auckland cricket players and also one of our police officers in Tamaki Makaurau, had a very, she said it was one of her most memorable innings by playing on the number 1. We have tried to keep relevant through this part and ensure that our partners, and I do want to acknowledge our partners that have supported us through this challenging period. Without our partners, we would not have been able to keep the doors open, and they've been wonderful. And initiatives like the Lake Taupo Hole-in-One or the Dulux Super Bash with the support of partners like Qatar Airways and Dulux has meant we have been able to have some activity here with the 100 cap. A focus over the next 6 months for the park will be to ensure that we do look at our greenhouse gas emissions, working with our hirers and aligning with New Zealand's strategy to reach a net zero carbon by 2050. The FIFA Women's World Cup has a focus in this space, and our facility is very much committed to reusing, repurposing our assets, not only as a strategic asset for the country, but also a community asset for Auckland. So that does include ensuring that people do adopt public transport coming to our events. And as I mentioned, that continues to grow. I touch on just this last slide, and I'm not going to read it word by word, but I do just want to reflect on the last 6 months and the red traffic light system, what it's meant for our business, but also for so many of the local businesses in the area. To be in a position where we employ 3,000 people on a sellout event day, for those 3,000 people not to have been able to engage with our stadium has been something that has been heartbreaking to management, but also to many of those staff. And we know the role that events play, the escapism that we provide to the city. And I think yesterday's announcement around Ed Sheeran and the response that we've had in terms of people having something to look forward to. Our caterer currently is seeing over 230,000 a month being lost. As a family business, that's challenging, but no different to cafes, restaurants, bars, or businesses that have been affected. We do have a strategy to emerge stronger again, but that emerge stronger strategy will need the support of Auckland Council, and we look forward to working with Auckland Council to continue to deliver outcomes for the city. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Nick. Is there anything that you want to add, Doug?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
No. Look, that was a very compelling presentation. Thank you. I'll now open for questions, and my first question is from Councillor Walker.
Sure, thanks. Thanks, Desley. Could I ask Sandra to just put up the slide? It was the one titled Future Grant Funding, I think, about third from the end.
There you go, Councillor Walker.
That's it. Sure. So I've got a couple of questions, Madam Chair, and the first question is just around the issue that you raised there around the grant funding that you've had, and obviously that ties in with the 10-year program that EY identified. That report is, I'd suggest, somewhat out of date now. It's 2019. It was, I think, pre-COVID, and obviously a lot of things have moved since then. Do you think that report needs to be re-looked at, Nick? And would there be some merit in that?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Walker. And there was 14 areas identified within the CapEx requirements in the report that EY prepared, but there was also a number of high risks identified. Those risks remain, whether it be CapEx requirements, debt levels, or indeed the unitary plan. So I do think the report is still relevant, but there is an opportunity for that to be updated with the assistance of the park.
Okay, thanks, Nick. The other question I've got really just goes to the situation going forward. I gave myself a refresh the other day, and I looked at the report that you gave us last time, and of course, at the time, you'd featured as Stadium of the Year globally. You'd featured in the New York Times, international exposure that, if you were buying it, would have been in the tens of millions, and obviously it put New Zealand on the map. So my question is around the role that Eden Park can place in showcasing Auckland, showcasing New Zealand, against a background where we are going to have an incredibly urgent and vital requirement to put New Zealand tourism back on the map, and what role Eden Park could play in that. Quite obviously, there's a relationship between that and your capital funding going forward in order to host some of these significant events. So I'd welcome your comment around that question as it goes to your ability to bounce back and showcase Auckland.
Thanks for the question. I was liaising last night with the CEO of Tourism New Zealand. There's no question our event calendar over the next 12 months can contribute to brand New Zealand. And we've seen that in the past, and even looking at the FIFA Women's World Cup, the numbers that are projected to travel with teams are 3 times that of a Rugby World Cup in 2011. However, there is a need to be able to maintain the asset, and we have been in a situation where, due to the implications on our operations, a number of critical maintenance requirements have been deferred and put us in a situation where the asset isn't fit for purpose for those pending events. And we feel that the calendar over the next 12 months will be probably the best ever for the stadium. When you look at the FIFA Women's World Cup, the Rugby World Cup, the concerts that we've spoken to, and our rugby and cricket content, but not forgetting New Zealand's equivalent to the Edinburgh Tattoo. To Matatini, every Kiwi has the aspiration to perform on Eden Park, and this is the once in 20-year opportunity in a 50th year of Te Matatini to be able to showcase Māori culture at our national stadium.
Thank you, Nick. And is that the last question, Councillor?
A supplementary question, Nick, right. And it goes to revisiting the EY report. Given the incredible significance of putting Auckland back on the map and the role that Eden Park can play in that, could you use some help from Auckland Unlimited and conceivably some reporting to us around that to give us a really good context?
Well, historically and through the constant consenting process, we sought economic analysis from previously AT to assist with our analysis on the economic benefits of events, and that can only enhance any pitches for future events. So whether it be independent reports or through Auckland Limited, we'd welcome the opportunity. It's an important note that we are working on 8 areas with Auckland Limited, 8 work streams associated with the SOSA proposal. So that is work that's going on in the background.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Doug. Commendations, and I reserve my right to speak, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. The second question I have is from Councillor Fletcher. Councillor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I realise today is primarily about the reporting obligations that Eden Park has with us, but it has been touched on already. And I'm interested to know further from what has been said to Councillor Walker, given how difficult the conditions are in Auckland right now, especially in hospitality, what specific role can Eden Park see in the rebuilding of Auckland? And that's where I really seek your indulgence, because I'd like them to be more forward-looking in terms of over and above what they've already told us this morning. What role can they play in working with Auckland Unlimited and perhaps that inspirational creativity of getting Aucklanders more forward-looking?
Well, there's no question, and Councillor Walker commented about the imagery of 660 going globally, but also locally. And anyone who had the opportunity to experience that event will always talk about being there for that opportunity. It also adds into the mix is around when we had the return of Super Rugby and the sellout fixture and the celebration for essential workers. So there is no question that events provide escapism. People need things to look forward to. And after the last 2 years of disruption to lives, with the borders opening, for the first time in a couple of years, we'll see Wallabies fans come to Eden Park to see the All Blacks win again. That's good for morale and it's good for local business. The local businesses in Kingsland, it's been a terribly challenging time. I'm disappointed to see the likes of Phil's Kitchen close because I think it was one of the best restaurants, not only in Kingsland, but in Auckland. And so businesses are making decisions, and the response yesterday from Dominion Road in Kingsland when we announced Ed Sheeran for February 10 was phenomenal because it means that there's 50,000 people coming to the precinct. They learn and see and experience the restaurants, cafes and bars pre and post event, and they might find a new local. So there's a number of ways that our event calendar, whether it be our Māori and Pacific strategy and how we can adopt our diversity inclusion strategy and events in that space, even to the point of events that perhaps have historically been on the high street and how they can be brought into a stadium given the current restrictions that we face with COVID and vaccine passports. So it's been 12 months of no activity for Eden Park. So now is the chance for us to open our doors and embrace the city and the country.
I agree. It's heartbreaking to see the for sale sign over Phil's Kitchen, and yesterday to see Fraser's going into receivership. You know, it is. I don't think people have fully appreciated how important Eden Park has actually been to the community, not just
order, Madam Chair.
Generally. Thank you.
Are we in questions or comments?
I've let it go. Councillor Fletcher did indicate that she needed to go at 11 o'clock for a funeral, so I've given her licence for that. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Watson, you're next on the question list.
Yeah, two related questions, Madam Chair. Thanks for the presentation, Nick and team. The first one goes to this, the figure of 3,000 people that are employed on game or event days at Eden Park. So my first question on that is how easily is that number or those people scale back up again when this very promising calendar eventually comes through. And I think you said, Nick, quite conceivably the best, looking down the track of the best 12 months in history. That's one question. So how quickly can all those Aucklanders who rely on Eden Park for their livelihood be geared up again? And the second one that ties into that, as much as this has been a dark period for stadiums around the world in terms of the COVID, I'm interested in your observations though on how stadiums, and Eden Park in particular, have filled a real need in terms of the health response and the wider community response. Something that a dollar value hasn't been put on, but which in terms of catering for our community at a time of need, our stadiums have found a use hitherto unexplored. So I'd be interested in your observations on that, albeit that it doesn't necessarily have a financial advantage to Eden Park.
Thank you for the questions, Councillor Watson. So two parts. The first part, we've continued to engage with our casual workforce. They're a very loyal workforce. In addition to that casual workforce, we have approximately 300 volunteers that continue to engage with the park irrespective of the limited content. And you'll see them this weekend with the Women's World Cup for cricket and them playing a role. It's an interesting point across the globe and across the ditch. Last night, the MCG welcomed back to AFL football, and the caterer had 800 staff short across their facility. So our strategy has been to engage with our varying work streams, whether it be catering, cleaning, security, traffic management, to ensure that they are aware that once we come out the other side, we need them and they play a critical role. And I would say they need us as well. Once before I made the comment that a casual staff member said a shift at Eden Park is the difference between her grandchild having shoes for the first day of school. In this instance, again, we supported the City Mission Christmas Appeal with over 250 families a day for 2 weeks getting collections leading into Christmas. Sadly for us, there was some familiar faces whereby some of our casual workforce were indeed in the queue and gaining support. That relationship with the City Mission continues, and we currently have some food parcels and product being stored at Eden Park in areas that are underutilised currently. So we are committed to working with the community. There was 3 local businesses that couldn't operate within their confines, within an indoor space. So they came and did activities on Eden Park's footprint during the lockdown to ensure that they could continue to operate and keep their doors open. So we know that there's an important message there that businesses, yes, there's 3 areas that I look to invest in: the facility, our people and the community. There aren't too many businesses probably in New Zealand that have that mandate.
Okay, John?
Yep, fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've got no further questions. Any comments? No, look, I just
comment
for
me, Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
I have Councillor Cooper and then Councillor Walker.
Thanks for the presentation. And this item, I just want clarification. We've got a report here, so can I ask our staff questions, or is this just or comments about the report? Or
yes, you can. You can ask Mr. Bishop.
Okay, thank you, John. I just wondered, do we know the quantum of losses for our regional facilities forecast for this year? I've got a figure of around 4 million. And how are we going to respond to that? I'm asking that because because they're in line with other significant regional facilities, such as Eden Park.
Yeah, look, through you, Madam Chair, look, I can't personally answer that question. I don't have that information in front of me. I'm not sure if there's anyone else from the finance team in this call who might be able to answer that question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to comment that I guess that, you know, in the wider context, we have many facilities across the region and we're going to face challenges with the ones we own and obviously the ones we don't own that we're expected to fund. Thank you.
Thank you. And look, just in response, remember that this item is really just about Eden Park. It's not about all our facilities. So the staff support here is just really around the Eden Park
Thank
reporting.
You.
All right.
Noted.
Thank you. You're so good at points of order. Okay. Councillor Walker, you have a comment, please.
Sure. I've got a few comments, Madam Chair. I'll just lead off, you know, following on from the observation that Councillor Cooper made. It would be really good from the perspective of transparency to have some oversight of the Auckland stadiums and the like. I mean, I note that irrespective of how they might perform, I think we pump in about 168 million in capex and 246 million in opex supporting those venues. So that kind of information would be incredibly useful, and conceivably EY could assist in providing some of that. I know I've been asking for it for some time now.
Councillor, may I just interrupt for a moment? I don't wish to be rude, but the point that you and Councillor Cooper are making is not the item that we're discussing. This is not an annual plan discussion around funding of Eden Park. This is an item to talk about Eden Park's report back to us, as they do on a regular basis, about the state of their situation, all right? And anything around any other stadiums or comparisons are to be held for annual plan.
Sure, I understand that. I guess just like Councillor Cooper, who had the opportunity to make the point, I'm just giving a bit of a heads up to the officers in the upcoming annual plan that it would be really good to have that information, Madam Chair. But as far as my comments are concerned, I really want to commend Eden Park for their performance. Obviously, it's been an incredibly troubled year, but I make the observation that on the initiatives, especially around climate change, they're actually implementing and doing and making very real changes against a background where our climate emissions generally in Auckland are otherwise going up. So there is a real opportunity to showcase Eden Park across not just the stadium experience and uplifting people's spirits and obviously giving some publicity to us internationally and lifting tourism, you would hope, but also across a number of areas. That goes, from my perspective, to the way they showcase our support around Ukraine and so on. I mean, those sorts of things, I think, really exemplify the incredibly important part that Eden Park plays in Auckland in turning around our circumstance post-COVID going forward. And just going back to the question I asked around Auckland Unlimited, providing some information around that, I really think that's critical, Madam Chair.
It will happen, really, Councillor.
Have to turn things around and turn things around quickly for our businesses and our employment and the spirits that need to be lifted. So go Eden Park.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Watson.
Yes, thanks. Just a couple of very quick comments on the basis of the presentation that we've had today from Brett, Doug and Nick. And the first, I guess, is just to reiterate that notion of really congratulating the Trust in the manner in which they've dealt with very, very challenging times. As they said to us in their report, stadiums are the first to close and the last to reopen. So as far as businesses go, that they are the most impacted, and we've seen that right around the world. So despite the very difficult circumstances, I think it's a credit to the park that the manner in which they've been able to host the events that they have done. I guess from my perspective, Madam Chair, what has impressed me is during this time of need, this COVID response that has been all-encompassing, is the way that Eden Park, and like some of our other suite of stadiums also, I might add, have really proven themselves to be invaluable in terms of coping with the demands and the needs of the community in a state of crisis. And certainly from my perspective, and as a member of the Civil Defence Committee under Councillor Stewart, I've found that very revealing of the role stadiums actually perform at times like this. Eden Park, certainly, as we've seen from successive reports, go beyond the call of duty in terms of their, their connection to the local community and that kind of public spirited contribution that spans a whole raft of activities. So despite the financial difficulties, that's been revealing, and that deserves kudos too. I guess finally, Madam Chair, what I would say when I look at the event program that has been signalled to us today going forward, that is really one to lift Auckland's spirits over the next 12 to 18 months of the huge range of significant events that will occur on top of a normal kind of Super 15 season and cricket fixtures and all the rest of it. So as much as it's been a hard time, certainly the road ahead looks promising. If we can get through the present kind of semi-lockdown and emerge the other side, then there's a real opportunity for a bounce back here that can lift the whole of the city. And not just the sport enthusiasts, but the people who sustain a part of their income out of the activities of Eden Park as well. So good times ahead, I hope, and certainly whatever we can do as a council that encourage that in terms of that wider benefit to Auckland, I think is going to be something that we have the opportunity to address, I hope. So thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor. And look, I should, before I have my closing comments, it's been a bit remiss, I will move a vote of thanks. And I think, Councillor Fletcher, are you still with us?
Chair, yes,
I'm
good.
Still and Councillor Fletcher, yes, thank you, and appreciate you saying thank you.
Excuse me, Chair, could I just make a couple of comments in relation to those very supportive comments we've had from Councillor Fletcher and from Councillor Watson in particular?
Absolutely.
I'll be very quick. Yes, we haven't been sitting around drowning our sorrows or woe is me. We have been working very hard, and I'd like to acknowledge our Chief Executive, Nick, particularly in that regard. He missed out a few things for the upcoming 12 months. And I think in terms of uplifting Aucklanders and New Zealand spirits, we've got the Women's Cricket World Cup right now. We've got the Women's Rugby World Cup following that. We've got a 660 concert later in the year. We've got Guns N' Roses later in the year. And then we have Ed Sheeran in February. And then we roll into the FIFA World Cup. So I think it is a very exciting time. And there's enough activity, which uses the park's facilities, that it will have a meaningful impact on people's well-being and their state of mind around the future and how good it looks. I'd also make the point that Eden Park will cater for Ed Sheeran and it'll cater for Guns N' Roses. It is the only park in the city that has that breadth of appeal where we can stage different types of events, and we're really looking forward to showcasing the park for quite different audiences and having great experiences no matter what your favourite music or entertainment is. So thank you for the opportunity to appear again today before you, and I just acknowledge again, without your support over the last 3 years, we would not be in a position where we could be looking forward to these events, because we wouldn't have the confidence the park infrastructure would be reliable enough to deliver on these activities.
Look, thanks, Doug. And look, I was going to give some closing comments, but I think it's all been said. We want to thank you terribly much for what you've done, especially through these challenging times of COVID. But actually what you've shown us now is some real excitement for the future in a time of trying to get us out of a very challenging time for everyone. You've got some fantastic events coming for Auckland that will really, I think, boost everyone's spirits. So thank you for your presentation very much. Thank you for your work that you do for Auckland. And to that, I commend you, the vote of thanks to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Nick, Brett, Doug, and thanks, John, as well. Councillors, that now brings me to item 9 for Blomfield Spa in Takapuna. And if you haven't already, I suggest you do just Google the address. So if you haven't been, like I have, to visit the site. And just remind you that this, of course, is a report back as to the outcome of the public consultation, noting that we voted unanimously for this disposal originally. So I would now like to welcome Moira and Letitia to talk us through the items. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We also have Ross Churnside.
Sorry, Ross, how could I miss you? Apologies, Ross, welcome.
And we do have a presentation just with some photos. Moira, can I please ask you to share your screen with the presentation?
Sorry, one moment. I need to give Moira the rights, Letitia, if I included you. Sorry, one moment.
Apologies, Sandra.
Moira, you should be able to share your screen now.
Thank you very much. So 4 Blomfield Spa was approved for sale by the Finance and Performance Committee in July 2020 as part of the emergency budget. The proceeds of sale from this property are earmarked to contribute towards the asset recycling targets set out in the emergency budget. 4 Blomfield Spa is outside of the transformed Takapuna priority location and just outside the town centre. And I just direct you to the aerial photo that you can see on screen. It's located to the rear of what were the North Shore City Council offices. If we could just move to the next slide. This property was part of a larger parcel of land acquired by the former Takapuna City Council from the Crown in 1969 for a service lane. The Crown agency who managed the property was the State Advances Corporation, and it was held by the Crown for housing purposes. Following the service lane being completed and formed, a residual parcel of land comprising 496 square metres remained, and that is what is 4 Blomfield Spa today and is the subject of the report. And you can just see here from the photos the service lane that was formed and the residual portion of land that is grassed that was remaining after the completion of the service lane. Following the service lane being completed and formed, over time, nearby office workers started to utilise it for informal recreational purposes, and 2 park benches, ashtrays and rubbish bins were installed. And this image here just shows the current photos of the site and the view from the site. So you can see that there are still ashtrays which are installed on the property. So it is not a local, it's not a park, and it's not in the local board's open space network plan as a park, and it's never been formally held by council for open space or recreational purposes. It was actually held and managed by Auckland Transport upon the creation of Auckland Council in 2010. In 2015, Auckland Transport declared that they had no current or future transport function for 4 Blomfield Spa, and it was transferred to Auckland Council, and subsequently Eki Panuku picked up the management of it as a non-service property. At the time, it was picked up by Eke Panuku for management, it was reviewed by the Parks and Recreation policy team, now the community investment team. And their view was that it wasn't needed to be retained for open space purposes, as it is not consistent with the outcome sought in the Parks and Open Spaces Strategic Action Plan, the Parks and Open Space Acquisition Policy, or the Open Space Provision Policy. The advice that we received from the Parks and Recreational Policy team was that its retention would not contribute to the provision of a quality open space network now or in the future. And the key points from their assessment were that 4 Blomfield Spa is less than the open space provision policy's 1,000 square metres minimum size requirement for pocket parks. It does not connect or could not establish connections between existing parks and open spaces due to its small size and relative isolation. It does not currently contribute to the provision of access to, the functionality of, or the performance of the parks and open space network. There is no gap in the provision of neighbourhood parks in the immediate area, and that due to the relative isolation of 4 Blomfield Spa and the existing provision of neighbourhood parks in the locality, it is not needed to support the performance of the parks and open space network in the future, either by connection to future parks and open space or expansion through future acquisitions. They also noted that there is currently no opportunity to use 4 Blomfield Spa in an exchange, amalgamation or development opportunity to improve the parks and open space network in the area, and due to the current provision in the locality, it is not needed for those purposes in the future. Now, while 4 Blomfield Spa was never formally held for open space purposes, it has been informally utilised for recreational or for informal recreational purposes. Accordingly, it is subject to Section 138 of the Local Government Act 2002, which refers to land which has been acquired or utilised for community, recreation, environmental, cultural or spiritual purposes. So in accordance with Section 138 of the Local Government Act, local authorities are required to consult on any proposal to dispose of any such land. Accordingly, following the Finance and Performance Committee decision to sell 4 Blomfield Spa in July 2020, Eke Panuku completed consultation in accordance with Section 138 of the Local Government Act. 20 submissions were received and the following key issues were identified. The first is that the property is used by locals as a pocket park, the open space is required for mental health, and that there is a lack of green space in Takapuna and biodiversity. The next issue raised in submissions was that the land was gifted, and the final issue raised was that the Devonport Takapuna Local Board do not support the divestment. Following receipt of the submissions, staff from the Community Investment Team, Council's Land Advisory Services Team and Eke Panuku have reviewed and considered the issues raised in the submissions and are of the view that 4 Blomfield Spa does not need to be retained for open space purposes for the following reasons. Firstly, that there are other open spaces that are within 400 metres of 4 Blomfield Spa that are larger, provide better recreational benefits and more trees for wildlife. There is currently no gap in the provision of neighbourhood parks in the immediate area. And if we can just go to the next slide, Moira, this does show, and you have seen it already and it is in your minutes, this does show the open space that is in the vicinity. The next thing that was noted was that it's currently used primarily as a smokers park for nearby office workers, and I note that one of the submitters in his submission did say that it was utilised by their staff to smoke. Just to note, Council does have a smoke-free policy, and under this policy, council parks are actually smoke-free. The next point to note is to the comments that this was gifted land. The land is residual land, as I stated, that was acquired from the Crown for roading purposes for the creation of the service lane. It's not gifted land. Now, what you've got on screen here, and I appreciate these are very old documents, previous communications about the acquisition of this land from the Crown. So the first letter that you see there is dated 20th of March 1968 from the Takapuna City Council to the State Advances Corporation of New Zealand, which was the Crown agency that previously managed this property for housing purposes. In this letter, Takapuna City Council is seeking its decision on the possibility of council acquiring what was the then residential property located at 4 Blomfield Spa. The other letter is dated 18th of April 1968 from the State Advances Corporation, offering the property to Takapuna City Council, subject to satisfactory arrangements being made for future housing for the then tenants of the residential property that was located at 4 Blomfield Spa. Just to note the Devonport Takapuna local board resolutions and the feedback that we received from the chair earlier on in the meeting. The Devonport Takapuna local board resolved at its 7 July 2020 meeting that it supports the concept of asset recycling and the sale of council assets and holdings as a means of increasing revenue to fund council initiatives, but only if those assets proposed for recycling or divestment have been identified as not serving any current or future service requirement. The local board further resolved that it does not support the divestment or sale of park or reserve land or other open space that currently fulfills a service requirement, or any other land that has been identified as needed to respond to future growth or demand. And the consistent feedback that we have received from community investments is that this site is not needed to be retained as part of the open space network. And I note again that it's not a park in the local board's open space network plan. Just in respect of the issues or the restrictions and easements on the title that was raised. So the building, and these were investigated thoroughly by Eki Panuku before we made any recommendation to sell land, because we don't want to be putting a lot of work into trying to recommend land for sale if it's unable to be sold. So the building line restriction is limited to the front portion of 4 Blomfield Spa and is keeping with the surrounding area. The sewer easement does not give any issues to potential development of the land, and I do note that the adjoining properties are built over the same sewer line. If necessary, a developer could reconfigure, but it doesn't in any way impede development of the land. And the vector easement is a standard easement. And again, that's in the area located within the building line restriction, so it wouldn't be an area that would be built on anyway. Following the completion of the public consultation, the staff recommendation is that the Finance and Performance Committee confirm its 16 July 2020 approval to dispose of 4 Blomfield Spa, Takapuna, on the basis that it's not required by council to be retained for open space or recreational purposes, and it wasn't gifted land that council is required to retain. Happy to answer any questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. That's very detailed, and I really appreciate that you've covered a number of the points and the questions, both from the chair of the local board and in the report. So you if I just kick the questions off myself just with one. So we made this unanimous decision to sell this property. So has there anything emerged from the submissions that we didn't know already when we made that decision?
No.
No, right, thank you. Right, first question I have is Councillor Walker, then Councillor Cashmore, then Councillor Cooper, and then the Mayor.
Sure, got a couple of questions, so thanks for your comments, Letitia, and I appreciate that in this instance we are consulting, because the land, as much and all as it might not be a reserve, is effectively being used as a local park. So has there been any research of the actual usage of the park or the area for that purpose? Do we know how well used it is? And then I've got a further question that goes to that, and I appreciate removing the ashtrays and the like. Is it actually possible to make some enhancements to the area so that it's even more attractive than what it is? Obviously, it's open, it's got some trees, it's got some seating, but the seating looks to me as though it's a little bit out of date. I know that the people in our design teams and the like, in parks and the like, are capable of doing some really good things. Is it conceivable that we could do something really good here?
Thank you for the questions, and through you, Madam Chair. The feedback that we did receive from the Parks and Recreation Policy team when they did the open space assessment was that there is low utilisation of this piece of land, that it is largely used by adjoining office workers as a smokers park, and that it wasn't widely used. With respect to your question about enhancements, my understanding is that'd be difficult because it is a very small piece of land. It's quite narrow there, and it's right next to a service lane. So if you were to say put a playground on there, there'd be some potential safety issues, etc.
Just a supplementary question, Madam Chair. Obviously, one of the things that Iki Panuku is involved with, and what was our city design team, is activating spaces like laneways and so on throughout the city, as other cities do. I mean, Melbourne is a wonderful example. I don't know what the planning is like in Melbourne, but in many instances, in this area, but I know in many instances with developments, it can be really attractive to develop the back part of buildings, particularly in locations like Takapuna and Central City and the like, where you can actually make those areas incredibly attractive. And the fact that the space might be small or narrow may actually be a significant advantage. I just wonder if, again, whether there's any thought that's been given to that, Madam Chair.
Yes, absolutely. Through you, Madam Chair, we've worked quite extensively with the team at Iki Panuku, who is running the Unlock Takapuna project. As you saw from the aerial image in the presentation, this is outside of the town centre, and it is at the rear of what was the former Takapuna city, or the former North Shore Council office building. Accordingly, because it's not in the town centre, it's not really suitable for some form of laneway development. It essentially just leads into a car park that's under what was that former North Shore City Council building. But yes, totally appreciate your point about developing laneways, and in quite a few of our priority locations, such as Onehunga, we are indeed doing that.
Thanks, Letitia. Reserve my right to speak, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor. Councillor Cashmore.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair, and thanks, Letitia. My question is actually to Ross. So, Ross, we had this asset recycling program, part of the emergency budget. What was the quote and sum of assets we were looking to recycle that was going to actually make the balance of make the budget balance work, that we all unanimously voted for?
70 million. Ross, you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry, just trying to get you. So through the chair, so as part of the emergency budget, we sort of signalled a step change in asset recycling, and we set a budget of $244 million for financial year ending last June 21. We didn't meet those targets, but we did a lot of work on process and systems to enable the long-term plan. And the long-term plan that was adopted last year, and approved by governing body, includes $70 million to be realised from asset recycling in each of the first 3 years of the plan. And there's a report later on the agenda which is tracking our progress against that, which we've achieved about $20 million in the current year of that target. So we're behind where we should be, but there's a number of activities underway to close that gap. But approval of such a property today is going to hit the budget in FY23, FY24. We've got to keep ahead of those times. So hopefully, Deputy Mayor, that answers your question.
Thanks very much, Ross. I guess the point I'm trying to make, if I may, Madam Chair, is that if we start knocking off these projects and not selling them one by one, we're not going to meet the targets. Therefore, the books won't bounce. The money will have to be found elsewhere by rate increases or cuts somewhere else. It's you've got to join the dots up to make it work. And that's the critical point.
If I may just add on to the end of that, Chair, so asset recycling is not universally popular. I'll just say that to start with, but it is a lever, and it's a lever to avoid using what I would term as other further less popular things such as increasing rates further or reducing the capital investment in the city. And it's also about opportunity cost. So if the council decides to hold on to asset A, it's actually foregoing the opportunity to invest in asset B. So you're deciding the current asset is more valuable than investing into other assets into the future. And for this property today, the committee has made an in-principle decision around the disposal, and we're reporting back. Are there any reasons for that original in-principle decision not to be confirmed? So staff's advice is that it should be confirmed today. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Cooper, your question.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and I'm also happy to move the recommendation. Letitia, you talked about the fact that there was an issue brought up by the local board around whether this piece of land was developable, and I'm heartened to say, yes, you already check all that. Now, if for some reason somebody didn't want to buy it because they couldn't develop it, what would happen then?
Look, it would probably remain as the status quo, but we wouldn't have actually brought it to this stage if that was the case. We do all the initial checks and due diligence prior to making any recommendation to sell a property. We don't go so far as starting to form sales strategies, etc. But for a piece of land like this, we do believe that there would be strong market demand. We've been approached numerous times by the adjoining owner seeking to purchase this piece of land for a wider development. When there's been publicity about the potential sale of the site, we've actually had unsolicited queries coming in from various parties seeking to purchase it. So we do believe there's market demand there for it.
Thanks for clarifying that.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you for that. Your Worship.
Yeah, a couple of quick questions. Thank you, Madam Chair. The first question to Letitia is, what, if anything, has changed from when you gave advice to us on the 16th of July 2020 that this property should be sold, which we approved at that time, I think unanimously?
Through you, Madam Chair, nothing has changed other than we've completed the public consultation that has not identified any issues that we weren't aware of or that hadn't previously been considered. And I would like to note that there is another property that will be coming back to the committee in the coming, probably at the next meeting, but where we did the public consultation and issues were identified that we weren't aware of. We think they're valid issues, and on that basis we're going to be recommending to the committee that actually, even though you've made the decision to sell the property in principle, that it should be retained.
Okay, thanks. I mean, that obviously shows you do listen to consultation and respond if there is new advice, but no new advice in this case. Secondly, in recommending to us the sale of this property, have you applied the same criteria that you have to every other recommendation that you've made to this committee regarding sale, or have you altered the criteria?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, we've applied the same criteria that we also would, that we always would. And I note that they're actually not really our criteria. They're often set out by legislation. So I'm not sure if Bram and Meredith are on this call, but Bram and Meredith from the legal team, if we were to send something off without having gone through all the appropriate steps, they'd be sending it right back to us to ensure all of that work had been completed.
Thank you. My last question, Madam Chair, is if we weren't to apply the criteria fairly and equally across every piece of land that we consider for sale, would we run into the perception of dealing with different areas according to different criteria and therefore acting unfairly or unevenly?
I'll take that question if I may, Chair. I mean, yeah, I mean, so the governing body make decisions, and as staff, our role is to implement those decisions based on the parameters that you've established. And as staff giving you advice, we need to apply those parameters, equally fairly, the same way right across whatever type of decision that we're taking or bringing to you to make this further decisions.
Thank you very much. I think that clarifies matters, and that's all my questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Henderson, you've withdrawn. You're still happy to second?
Absolutely, no problem.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Coombe, next question.
Oh, kia ora, Madam Chair, tēnā koroa, Ross and Letitia. Thank you for the presentation and the very thorough analysis of the whole process and the steps that we're going through. I have two partai, if I may, Madam Chair. The first is you've set the scene in terms of the context for Takapuna, which is really useful in terms of the open space. But I just wondered, this might be for you, Ross, if you're able to give us an update on the wider context, because I totally understand, local boards are trying to hold on to any little bit of land that they possibly can. They're in a position of kind of all care, no responsibility when it comes to the budget. And also you've got going on at the same time the parallel work with the NPSUD and the upzoning we're going to see. Are you able to give us an update, or this might be for you, Madam Chair, just to let us know what is happening in terms of a review of where we might previously have looked at what could be pocket parks, and whether they might be needed, where there is going to be intensification through the NPSUD that we hadn't anticipated when we originally made that decision. Because I just think understanding that piece of kind of parallel work might actually help with the decision on this piece of land as well. Is that possible to get an update?
Ross?
Or am I right that that is happening, that is being looked at?
Yeah, so there's through the chair, there's certainly work around what are the implications of the National Policy Statement on Urban Design. What I'll say, and John Dogood's team's working that through, and it will come to planning committee in due course. For the work that we are doing around potential asset disposals, we certainly work with, we get planning advice, whether that's planning advice from Eke Panuku because something sits in a priority location, or whether that's planning advice from John Dogood's team around how things fit into the overall unitary plan. So we're very mindful of that, but yeah, we're also very mindful that the landscape is changing and we're not quite sure exactly in what way.
So sorry, just to clarify, so you're saying that if through the review we identify that a pocket park might be needed in a new neighbourhood because there is going to be some upzoning where previously there wasn't, that would be a grounds to perhaps recommend not selling it.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah. If I may describe a sort of a different hypothetical situation, so you used the example, councillor, of a pocket park. So normally, generally a pocket park will be zoned as open space. So in the unity plan, it's zoned as open space. So therefore, if council were to make a decision to sell, it would actually have to have a plan change, to actually, to something else, whether that's mixed use, residential, whatever the adjoining areas. So that's to go through a plan change. And obviously we need planning advice to go through that plan change. The property today is already zoned business metropolitan zone. So there's no necessarily plan change needs to, but it's never been in the contrary, but it's never been zoned open space either.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's really just, sorry.
I was just going to add to that sorry, just to continue on Ross's point, that it is substantially smaller than the minimum size that is in Council's open space provision policy. So unless additional land was acquired, you couldn't do much with it. But it was noted when I referred earlier to Eke Panuku reviewing the site in terms of if it could be included in the transform unlock Takapuna boundary, and the advice that our head of design and principal landscape architect provided was that they considered the edge conditions, safety, amenity, scale, context and connectivity, and based on this assessment of these characteristics, the site would not be considered as desirable or suitable for a pocket park in its current configuration or context. It does not satisfy the criteria we would strive for in a successful public place. And if there is some form of intensification, I think those issues that they've identified would actually be worsened, particularly the safety issues.
Thank you. And may I, Madam Chair, just another question. Just I do find this curious that really this piece of, it's been a nice green strip for office workers to use, but mainly it's been used as a smoking park, which so it was the was in your update, Letitia, were you saying that the ashtrays have probably been put there by it hasn't been council or anybody who's put the ashtrays there? They've been added over time by...
Look, I'm not, through the chair, I'm not sure who added them. At the time the property came to Eke Panuku, for management, the ashtrays were there. We have gone through all the property files and the archives, and we can't find any evidence on record of any formal decision to either hold it as park or install ashtrays, so I can't speak to how that's happened. Yeah.
But we as council, the whānau, wouldn't do that, right? We would put up signage saying smoke free. So I do find it very curious custodianship that, if it's been a valuable piece of open space, that it's been allowed to become essentially an ashtray. So, but Madam Chair, I'm very happy. I don't need to comment again, but I'm just to confirm that I'm happy to support this.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank
you. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you, Chair. I've got two questions. Thank you, Letitia, Moira and Ross, for the presentation, and what a thorough piece of work you've done. Have to say, slightly jealous of the accessibility to that stunning beach. Can you tell me if there's been any SIPTED issues in this particular piece of land?
Through the chair, not that I'm aware of specifically, so we haven't sought police records or anything like that to understand if there's been any issues, but it was something, if I refer back to the peer review that our Eke Panuku's head of design and principal landscape architect did, they did note, because of the small size and scale of this property, that there are potential safety and SIPTED issues there, that there's not good visibility of the site, and were there to be further intensification in the surrounding area, which there may well be with the NPSUD, that would actually worsen those issues.
Yeah, thanks, Letitia. I wondered about that. When we all agreed to have the investigation done to this property, then we were agreeing to the investment and the time and staff costs. How much does it cost to get us to this point?
Thank you. Yes, through you, Madam Chair, to date costs, staff costs, public advertising for the public consultation, etc., have been just under $11,000. There were further costs that were incurred that were essentially within operational budgets, Eke Panuku operational budgets, before the initial decision or before the July 2020 decision to sell the property. Until something is approved for sale, we cannot capitalise our costs. These are capitalised costs at the moment, or CapEx costs, with the intention of them being offset against any sale since it has already been approved. If we don't continue with that, then those costs will be converted back to OPEX, essentially.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. IMSB Chair Taipri.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Just a question around, I guess, just to be corrected first, the prospect of the government or Crown acquiring this property back under Public Works Act, subject Section 40, is that correct? Is it a possibility?
Yes. Look, the land is subject to offer back obligations to the Crown as the former owner. And I should have noted this earlier, and apologies for not. And in the first instance, where land is subject to offer back obligations to the former owners, whoever they may be, that is always the first part of any sales process that we always adhere to the offer back obligations that we have in accordance with Section 40 of the Public Works Act. So yes, in the first instance, the land would be offered back to the Crown.
Okay, and there's in the report it talks about the possibility of Ngāti Whātua engaging with the Crown to maybe purchase that. How much time do you think has been given for that matter to be discussed before this came to the agenda?
I know that Daniel Haynes in our stakeholder engagement team has been working with the interested party and supporting them on the approach that they can take. I don't have an exact time frame, but I understand it's been from a few months at least.
I may have missed it, but are there any prospective buyers already been looked at by Eke Panuku?
Look, we've certainly received interest on this property. We receive lots of interest on various council-owned properties. We register those interests. We undertake to keep people who've registered interest informed, but we haven't entered into any agreements to sell this to any other party.
Okay, and lastly, just sort of what timing do you think might occur for if this is passed today for disposal, and then the offer back to the Crown under Section 40, what kind of time frame is that, do you know?
It would happen fairly quickly. There's statutory requirements around that time frame.
And so when this, if this does get decided today to dispose, will Ngāti Whātua or Turunanga or Ngāti Whātua be notified in order for them to know this, to be able to go to that process?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, and if I could just add as a follow-up that when they first approached us, it was seeking to have the land offered back as right of first refusal under the Redress Act. That doesn't apply to council-owned land, only Crown-owned land, and it was actually us who informed them that the offer back would be made to the Crown, but that was an opportunity for them to then take up that right of first refusal, because if it became Crown-owned land, the Redress Act would apply.
Sure. Just from my point of view, that's a shame, really, but never mind.
Thank you, David. Councillor Henderson, final question.
But, if this park was to be enhanced, would that be a local board or a governing body responsibility?
My understanding through the chair is that it would be a local board responsibility. So just to reiterate my earlier comments, the property is currently managed by Eke Panuku, so we're currently paying the costs of it's essentially, as the local board chair said, mowing the lawns, etc. But it does sit with Eke Panuku.
Okay, thank you.
So through the chair, we'd have to transfer the property as it from a non-service property as it is today into a service property. So it became a service asset. It would then become the responsibility of the local board.
Oh, sorry, just to follow up on that. That's a good point there, Ross. So with that being the case, would that mean that there would need to be local board resolutions to that effect to transfer the property?
Well, yeah, I would imagine, yeah, if we went through that, there'd have to be, joint agreements if that was what was if that proposition was to be progressed.
Yes, including agreement from community facilities and community investments who have repeatedly advised that they don't want this property as part of, or they don't need this property as part of the open space network.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Thank you. Well, that's the end of our questions. So we will, I'd just like to thank Letitia, Ross and Moira. Look, it's a very, very, sorry, you have a question from Councillor Hills, is that correct?
Madam Chair, and I'm not going to put any councillors into it, but I've had a number contact me of the Deputy Chair of the Devonport Takapuna Local Board sending quite full-on messages to councillors about threatening the vote and things like that. So don't know if that's appropriate for a Deputy Chair to do. And I've had contact from a number of councillors, so I'm not naming who, but the Deputy Chair of the Devonport Takapuna Local Board doing that. I'm not sure if that's appropriate. It may be, but I just thought I'd throw that out there as a question of you, Chair.
Well, I haven't received anything. I'm not sure about anybody else, but
I haven't received anything, Madam Chair.
Right. Okay.
I haven't received anything, Madam Chair. But somebody's welcome to send something to me. I'm always open to suggestions.
Okay, to that, I will just again go back and thank Letitia very much for a detailed report. You and Moira and Ross, thank you very much. You've covered your statutory duties very, very well, so I appreciate that. And you can stand down now and I will open for comments. And my comments go first to Councillor Walker and then the Mayor.
Sure, I've just got a few comments that just go to policy generally, Madam Chair. I'm just picking up something on my screen. So one general concern I've got that I'll just speak to is just around this issue of the 1,000 square metres. And as much and all as that may give some form of guide, I think increasingly in dense urban settings, there needs to be some flexibility there. And on more than one occasion, I've certainly listened to Jan Gell, who's the world-renowned architect, I think, that advises us on city design. And if I just generate a couple of very short quotes from him, and I'm quoting from Cities for People, which is an outstanding book of his. In narrow streets and small spaces, we can see buildings, details, and the people around us at close range. There is much to assimilate, building and activities abound, and we experience them with great intensity. We perceive the scene as warm, personal, and welcoming. And just another quote, faced with the very real temptation to design spaces too large for too few people, and the temptation to add a few extra metres to the spaces between buildings for safety's sake, the advice in almost every case is to reduce size to conform to the adage, when in doubt, leave some metres out. And I guess my concern is just around that policy and the importance of small spaces, and that can include laneways and the like, that really offer some intimacy for people. The other comment I'd make that just goes to policy is really a commendation on my part in terms of Eki Panuku consulting around this issue, an area of land that's not zoned as a park but is being used as a park, and that's incredibly refreshing because I hark back to the Mount Wellington racetrack used as a park by a number of groups where that didn't happen and it went to court. The proposed sell-off of waterfront land at West Park, Marina, and quite a number of other examples that I could recount, Madam Chair. I won't do that right now, but it is refreshing that we are seeing a circumstance where there is more engagement with the community so that we get feedback. And as much and all as there's a cost, it's a tiny cost relative to the value of the land. And I guess the last comment I'd make, Madam Chair, is as much and all as there might be a bit of land like this that may not be a park, if we can enhance it, make the best use of it, encourage pop-up activities so that we enliven the community, so much the better. And I think we should be doing that and availing ourselves of every bit of land that we've got to breathe more life into our city, irrespective of whether it's got a park designation or not. And I know that cities like Christchurch are increasingly doing that, and many others. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, I'm going to just tell you the order of the comments, please, because Councillor Cooper has offered to move this. So I'm going to go the Mayor, Councillor Watson, and then I will speak and I will end with Councillor Cooper as the mover. All right. So the next speaker is His Worship the Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Look, on the 16th of July 2020, this very committee that's considering this now unanimously approved the sale of 4 Bloomfield Spa. I asked the question, was there any new information? Was there anything that had changed that might lead to a change in the recommendation by our officers? And the answer is no, nothing has changed. So in the interests of consistency, if it was appropriate then, I'm not quite sure why it's inappropriate now. Secondly, also on the theme of consistency, it's really important that when we go through the challenging task of determining which pieces of land are genuinely surplus to our needs and should be sold, that we apply the same set of criteria for sale to every piece of land, and we apply that so that we can never create the perception of acting unfairly or inconsistently. And our officers have applied the criteria that come from legislation and come from our own policy making in the past, and they found that there's no gap in the provision of open space, that it is misinformation to say that this land was gifted, and we've seen evidence of that. This is land that is zoned for a business metropolitan, that this is land that's smaller than meets our criteria for pocket park. So if we start changing our criteria now, that's unfair to every other area and every other ward councillor where we've sold land according to the criteria that we're applying equally to this site. Thirdly, I want to pick up the Deputy Mayor's point that if we start reversing our decisions on sale without good cause, we risk unravelling the surplus asset sale program. Ironically, the next item, item 10, our quarterly council report, says that we are at risk in not meeting the target for the sale of surplus assets. You know, we've just had the item before us where the clear implication was that Eden Park might really like another $10 million for the coming period of time. We cannot keep going on declining revenue opportunities and agreeing to higher spending when we know that because of the impacts of COVID, our revenue is already down, including quite a severe impact on Auckland transport, and our costs are going up, particularly with inflation and with interest rates. So let's get real about this. If you vote for every expenditure measure and then you vote against every revenue measure, you're going to leave the council in an impossible position. It's irresponsible, and we shouldn't do that. The last point that I want to make is the point that was also made by the officers advising us, was that this is a park that has low utilisation. It's not a park used by a lot of people in the local neighbourhood. It is a park that is used on occasions for people in neighbouring commercial buildings for their lunch or to have a smoke. But this is not, you know, when you look at all the pieces, all of the photos that are in this report, you see that this is a very small piece of land that actually is isolated, that is not connected to other open space, but which is close within 400 metres of other open space, including a beachfront, for heaven's sake. This is not an area where we've looked at it again, we've found that there's new information that we hadn't considered before. There is no new information. The same criteria applies, and we should make the same decision. Thank you.
Thanks, Your Worship. Councillor Walker. Sorry, no, not Councillor Walker, Councillor Watson. Sorry. John?
Yes, thanks. Just a few observations on this matter. The Mayor and others asked the question, what has changed with respect for Blomfield Spa? Well, I guess what I see as change is that the council has fulfilled its legal obligations in the first instance under the Local Government Act to actually consult with the public over this small parcel of land. So that's changed, because it is a park in the sense that it's being used for informal recreational purposes. So if we are to enter into our obligations under the Local Government Act and to consult in good faith, I guess it follows that we should perhaps consider what the public have said during that consultation. That is if the consultation is in good faith and if it is to serve any purpose other than just be a tick box exercise. When I look at the consultation as it appears, the feedback, first of all, it's unanimous. It may have been a relatively small number of people who engaged in the process, but they were unanimous. They were reasonably detailed submissions that came through. The local board has been the epitome of consistency since back in 2017 over for Blomfield Spa. So they haven't changed. Certainly, they have been very consistent in their value that they are placing on this this location. When I look at one of the submitters, Mr. Potter, who's quite a good summary of the rest of the people there, he makes observations such as that this little area of land is used daily by workers as a relatively quiet place for lunch. It's the only piece of grass lawn available for the purpose in this area. One of the few spaces of public open space in central Takapuna as opposed to the beach. I don't think we've got to the point where we're now classifying beachfront beach sand as council open space. I hope not, or Whangaproa Peninsula will be in trouble. With urban growth and the likelihood of an increase in apartments, the numbers of backyards will disappear. We know that. So this area is zoned for intensive development there, and those people won't have backyards. So little areas like this become all the more important. Mr. Potter refers to overseas cities compensating for a supporting network of little parks for residents and children. It's small and it's inexpensive for council to maintain. And I guess if it maybe doesn't reach the threshold of some of our provisions in terms of the definitions of pocket parks, etc. But isn't that all changing with this national policy statement? Isn't the intensification that's now been signalled way and beyond what our initial calculations were made on? It is, isn't it? Medium density provisions, walkable catchments, isn't that changing the whole playing field? I think if the local board is to be commended here, is to be commended for taking a slightly more forward thinking view than has been otherwise displayed in some of the observations that I've heard. They know this area is built up. It's going to become even more built up. If we look at the park, which I think they're referring to down on the beachfront, that serves as almost a regional collection park. If you go and see, you wouldn't get a busier kids' playground than that one down on the beachfront. So this is different. This is for the people who live in the area, work in the area. It's being used. It could be made a lot more attractive than it is for a relatively small outlay that the local board could no doubt take up themselves. I guess what I also object to and what is changes, local boards are entering in the asset sale regime. We've got 23 properties up in Whangaproa going. The local board hadn't said a dicky bird. They're for sale now. So when the local boards do choose to make a stand and the public through the consultation process are unanimous in their view, then that does change my view. I may have voted for that back in the dark days of July 16th, but I'll listen to the consultation results in the good faith that the whole process of consultation is founded by. And if the local board that amongst other local boards do enter into the overall asset sales program in good faith, then I'll listen to what they've got to say. And that's what I'm doing here. And I think they've presented a strong case for retention. I've been there, I've seen it, I've walked around there, I'm familiar with Takapuna, and the sorts of observations that Mr. Potter was making in this submission are correct. So if we're to just sign everything off as gone because there's an asset sale program, we've got targets, then don't bother with the consultation, don't bother with the local board feedback, because it's going to be trumped by the notion of financial Armageddon. I don't think we're quite.
5 minutes has been taken.
Okay, maybe, Madam Chair, we could have a bell rather than people being interrupted. I'd appreciate that. Just maybe a little bell would ring rather than just cut across.
That doesn't work, John. Sorry, remember we've talked about that. The bell doesn't work on Teams.
Okay, fair enough. Right, so I'll finish up. The community have consulted in good faith. The local board have appeared before us in good faith. They've presented a consistent position on the retention of this land. we owe it to them to consider what the people have said and to make our own call, not just be guided by the notion that if you don't vote in a particular instance, you're somehow undercutting the whole asset sales program. That's not correct. And on that basis, I will be listening to the unanimous view of the public and the strong view of the local board and be opposing the sale. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. As I've said, I'm going to speak now and let Councillor Cooper close the debate as the mover. So I suppose, having listened to Eden Park this morning, I can't help but sort of think of a bit of a rugby analogy. So the referee has awarded a try. That is the decision that we unanimously made to dispose of this property as part of the emergency budget in July 2020. However, the referee has asked for a review from that video referee. However, the referee has asked for a review from the video referee to see if there's a reason as to why their on-field decision to award the try should not stand. And that is the public consultation process that we have undertaken under Section 138 of the Local Government Act 2002, which requires local authorities to consult on the proposal to dispose of parks. Now, you've seen the feedback and you've seen that many of the people who've made comments have made comments that aren't quite correct, and they have been those corrections have been made in the report. You also notice that, unfortunately, when the local board presented, they made a bit of a mistake in their resolution as well. So we've recorded the footage of the try, and the video referee has determined.
Sharon?
Pardon?
Yeah, good one.
John, I can hear you talking to Sharon. Sorry. From the recorded footage of the try, the video referee has determined that there is no evidence to suggest that the referee's on-field decision to award the try should change. That is, after reviewing the 20 submissions received, staff are still of the view that 4 Blomfield Spa does not need to be retained for open space purposes. It's not a pocket park. It's really only used for smoking. And we have a smoke-free policy, and if it had been a park, those ashtrays would definitely have gone. It has SIPT head issues, and in answer to Councillor Dalton's question around that, more intensification would actually make those SIPT head issues worse. So therefore, the decision from that video referee equals that the previous decision to dispose of the property should be confirmed. So to close the comments now, I pass to Councillor Cooper. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And a lot has been said about this. I suppose when I looked at this, and I did listen to the local board, and just noting that consultation is not a direction, but it's a gathering of information. And it's for us to distill that information and weed out what is actually factual or not, and also listen to how people feel as well. A lot of my questions have been satisfied as one, that this is not a park. If it was, we would be voting for a revocation, for this to go to a revocation. The positing by the local board that money's not spent in the area, there's been at least $50 million spent locally by Panuku on Hurstmere Greens. AT has built a great new car park for people so that they can release a town square. That's fantastic contribution. I wish Henderson could have that, but you know, we've been very happy to go ahead and spend that money there. When I look at the Smoke-Free Environments Act came in 1990, so from 1990 you could see why that park would be a godsend for smokers in the workplace, because they weren't able to do that anymore. But we're quite some decades beyond that now, and we know smoking has decreased hugely. So I honestly doubt the number of people smoking there is huge. And as we've heard, is that there's not high utilisation of that park. So for the purposes that it was probably had the ashtrays put in a seat for local workers from 1990, who couldn't puff away in their offices, that is defunct. The comments around unusable local areas. I mean, we've probably all been to events on Takapuna Beach. The last one I went to as my daughter was a university Wakaama event where hundreds of university students were on their Wakaamas going out to Rangitoto and back, and heaps of their families were there too, of all ages. And so that is a very well used event space, as well as a fantastic playground and plenty of areas for people to sit when they're having their lunch. The other thing that I was very concerned about is it just shows you when Letitia answered those questions around the suitability of the site for development, that we as elected members are not qualified to assess those sorts of things just by looking at a few site plans, you know, but it comes across as the actual fact when it's said by a local board, when actually it's not. And so we need to keep out of that stuff. We have very qualified staff to make those kinds of assessments. And I was reassured that that's a very developable section. So I guess for me, and also we've got a lot of willing buyers, and also iwi who might be quite keen to have that offered back from the Crown. So for me, as well as the fact that, you know, we had a very similar site in Beach Road in Te Atatu, might have been last year or the year before, that was put up for sale. It looks exactly like this. It's next to residential. It's within 150 metres of waterfront and a huge park, and nobody really used it. It just had a little seat there. And so I know that the local board supported it, but I also know that other, you know, Panuku don't just blindly go ahead, because we had a couple of things identified on a floodplain that flooded right up to your thighs down in Langholm, and they looked at it again when the public came to the local board, and Shane and I were at that meeting too, and went, oh no, this is ridiculous. No one's going to buy this. And so that was left to the community to restore to wetlands. So I've got faith in Panuku to make proper assessments. You know, we've already signed this off. We absolutely need this money to go back in for recycling for other assets. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stewart, do you want a division or just note your vote against?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we'll note your vote against. It's been moved and seconded.
No, division.
Call for a division, Madam Chair.
I did call for a division there. Division, please. I had it in writing.
Yes, you do. And I just asked for clarification. Thank you. I've got that. All right. A division has been called. Sandra, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Division has been called on the motion, which is on your screen. Can members say yes or aye or no? Mayor Goff.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Aye.
Councillor Bartley.
Aye.
Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Councillor Collins.
For.
Councillor Coombe.
Aye.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Dalton.
For.
Councillor Darby.
Against.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Henderson.
Aye.
Councillor Hills.
Against.
Councillor Mulholland.
Against.
Councillor Sayers.
Against.
Councillor Stewart.
Against.
Chair Taipari.
For.
Councillor Walker.
Against.
Councillor Watson.
Against.
Councillor Young.
Abstain.
Chair Simpson.
For.
Sorry, Madam Chair, just waiting for the results to come on the screen. Myra, if you could just scroll down, please. So that motion is declared carried, 12 votes to 7. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Sandra. People, I think I'll take a 10-minute break. I could have half an hour for lunch, but I think you could probably get the rest of the agenda done fairly promptly. I'll be in your hands, but if you're happy with a 10-minute break, we can keep going. You can have the rest of the afternoon free, as long as you promise me not to have too many Guinnesses at lunchtime. 10-minute break.
Good, thank you, Chair.
10-minute break, back at 12:40. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Aye, present.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Hello.
Councillor Bartley. Councillor Casey. Councillor Collins.
Kia ora, Sandra.
Thank you. Councillor Combe.
Kia ora no.
Councillor Cooper.
Yeah.
Councillor Dalton.
Present.
Councillor Darby.
I'm here.
Councillor Filipino.
Aye.
Councillor Henderson.
Hello, everybody.
Councillor Hills. Councillor Mulholland. Councillor.
Sandra, I couldn't get my mute in time.
Oh,
Apologies.
thank you, Councillor Hills. Sorry, I'll just call Councillor Mulholland again. Thank you, Councillor Sayers. Councillor Stewart.
Sayers present. Sorry, slowing the button there. Okay.
Yeah, I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Happy St Patrick's Day.
Councillor Watson.
Present.
Chair Taipari.
Kia ora.
Councillor Young.
Present. Thank you.
Thanks, Sandra.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Right, people, now we go into item 10, which is our council group and Auckland Council Parent quarterly performance report for the 6 months ending December 2021. And I invite Karuna to introduce the item. Look, I've got a number of chairs recs which I'll go through afterwards, which are just really highlights and facts from the report. But Karuna, over to you first.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and kia ora, everyone. So yes, we'll present the second quarter report, which covers the 6-month period up until December 31, 2021. So we have Ross Tucker, who will cover off the headline group results, and then we'll switch over to John, who will talk through the debt results. John will also provide some extended coverage of the first offshore green bond issue and some information on sustainable link loans. We will then move on to Nicola, who will cover the AC Parent financials, and I'll briefly go over some performance measure results and key highlights. Following this, we're pleased to welcome Dr. Claudia Weiss, Director, Customer and Community Services, who will present a brief summary of the customer and community services affected by the Omicron outbreak, the resulting impacts on service delivery and associated cost pressures. So we will kick off and hand over to you, Ross, the group results.
Thank you. So this is the group performance results through to end of December last year. You've already had reported to you the interim results. So that's the external statutory reporting for the same period. The focus there is essentially how did we go compared to the prior year, whereas the purpose of the performance reporting is how did we go against the first 6 months of the recovery budget, including all the things we said we were looking to try to achieve in that budget. How are we going? Are we on track or not? I guess the short answer is not obviously not on track in the way we hoped to be, because that 6 month period had 3 months affected by lockdowns. So a pretty tough operating environment because of the lockdowns over that period. We knew in the recovery budget that there was lots of uncertainty and risk around these things, and risks around broader pressures such as interest and inflation. We have over the 6 month period seen some of those things start to bite. We've had ongoing COVID uncertainty. This was largely affected by Delta and lockdowns, and what's emerged since then is the emergence of Omicron, and that will affect us going forward. But we are, through these results, starting to see the impact of supply chain challenges, labour shortages, rising costs, rising inflation start to hit, and it's evident in these results. So what does that mean? That means hits to revenue, it means delays to many or most of our construction projects, and increased costs, rising costs. So this is kind of the beginning of some emerging trends. Unfortunately, it's not going to be the end of it, and next month we'll be reporting to you with an update on the annual budget for next financial year. And so this is the start of some of these trends that are going to become more and more challenging. But if we go into the results for this 6 month period, if we go to the next slide, please, and focus first on CapEx. So the group delivered a 917 million CapEx for the 6 months compared to a plan of 1.3 billion. So it was a 68% delivery. compared to the same period a year ago. We were delivering 93% of the budget, but because of the lockdowns and all of the disruption, we achieved just under 70%. So not a bad outcome in the circumstances, given the environment. Obviously, it was less, almost 290 million less than the prior year, 24% less. But in the circumstances, delivering over 900 million and 70% of budget is quite an achievement. So what was delivered? So some of the key highlights. The Waikato Boost Pump Station. So some of those key initiatives around boosting water supply were enabled. Eastern Busway, key milestone there, reached on the 18th of December with the first stage of that opening. And there's a number of other projects as well. West Coast Road Safety Improvement Project as one key example, and that's been highlighted by Wakakotae as a national case study of how to do good road safety projects. So a few key highlights there. But on the flip side, what was delayed, and that was many things. So many asset renewals, particularly stormwater space, work smart, so some of that stuff within the property activities, central interceptor delayed, and some of the other water keys big projects such as the Huia number 1, Matakana Link Drive, many other transport projects, and then Transform Manukau. Panuku's project there, and the film studio, affected by COVID and delayed as well. So many examples of things that are, we've made, some progress, but things are behind schedule, which you'd expect given the lockdowns. If we go to the next slide, so thinking about OPEX. So overall, if we kind of take out the interest depreciation and take the view of direct revenue and direct expenditure without interest depreciation, some other account adjustments, essentially we were almost bang on for the 6-month period. In fact, we were just a small, but it was 8 million ahead of budget. So in small net favourable if you just look at the numbers. But I guess what that doesn't tell the whole story. We had both revenue and expenditure below budget. So overall, direct revenue for the group, 35 million unfavourable to budget, and that was just slightly more than offset with reduction in spend. The problem with that, it sounds on the face of it sounds good, but that revenue is essentially lost. It's money that didn't come in the door, but a lot of the spend are things that are delayed. It's deferred maintenance, deferred work programs. So we'll have to spend that OPEX at some point, whereas the revenue's gone forever. So while things matched off, it's going to come back to bite in the future. So I guess just drilling into the revenue picture, there were some improvements. Infrastructure growth charges, it was 31 million ahead of budget. Regulatory revenue 18 million ahead of budget. So that helped mitigate some of the revenue loss, but overall it was down. And the biggest driver there was public transport and parking revenue, 51 million adverse to budget. We also had community facilities, events, venues for hire. They were closed or events cancelled. Lack of money coming in through the door, and that was about 26 million lost through those channels. Also, some water and wastewater revenue charges down by about 30 million. So overall, a lot of revenue we didn't collect through the lockdown. And going forward, the picture looks a bit different. It's not about Delta and lockdowns, it's about Omicron and facilities being closed, people avoiding public transport because of the Omicron circulating in the community. And then who knows what's beyond that. On the expenditure side, what were some of those reductions? It was largely delays in work programs. That was 33 million less cost for things being delayed, but those costs will come later as we catch up on things. There is costs of some of the events, so we didn't run events. We closed some facilities. We didn't run as many PT services, and that reduced spend by 28 million. So some of that is net mitigation, and we won't catch up. But there's a lot in there that is just delayed. Some of that, within that spend side, there was some extra staff cost spend for water care in particular, and that was largely water care having to employ more staff to keep people distanced to get on with providing critical services while keeping everyone safe. If we go to the next slide, please. So looking at FTEs across the group, So because this is the result, this is the position as at the end of December, there's always a seasonal pattern in here. We do employ more staff over the summer months. If you think about extra park rangers, lifeguards, other people running programs in our leisure centres, rec centres, etc. So there was that kind of normal seasonal peak as part of it. So overall across the group, 381 extra FTEs for that period, the larger number within the council. That included 67 seasonal extra employees, and then the rest of it was largely filling vacancies. It has taken time to fill vacancies given tight labour markets. Water care also had a large number there. There's a range of different projects. Some of it is Three Waters staff and backfilling some people that have been seconded and involved in working on the Three Waters issue. Lots of other things, revenue assurance processes. There's the Lutra subsidiary, work on AMP and some digital improvements. So across a wide range of activities have geared up and have required extra staff in water care space. AUL has had filled some vacancies, largely around animal science and some digital project at the Maritime Museum. What else? Ports, 26 extra FTEs at ports, and that is the operational side of things. That's operational staff, that's stevedores, that's more people to work offloading ships to deal with the congestion and issues faced there. So more staff to actually get goods moving. Auckland Transport have a small increase there, largely driven by delivering projects from the Regional Land Transport Plan, and also some procurement staff that are working on that have been created as part of a procurement centre of excellence. So it's staff to deliver projects and procurement related to projects. So that's a picture of the FTEs and what's driving some of those increases. Some of them will be temporary, some of them more permanent, but most of it is the permanent increases are about delivering more activity. If we go to the next slide. I think last one from me. So just, where to from here? So the uncertainty continues. Got the ongoing COVID-19 impact where we have got, concerns not so much about lockdowns, but it's staff absenteeism, people changing their behaviour, people staying away from public transport, etc., people staying away from our facilities. We've got those unfavourable trends, inflation. We've seen that, CPI at 5.9. People expecting the next number to be even higher. Fuel prices, we all know where that's heading, where that's gone to, where that's heading. Supply chain challenges, labour market, borders will hopefully open up and we'll get more people in, but at the moment, very, very tight to get people in, and supply chain disruptions will continue for some time. So that's all on top of all of the existing risks we have. We've got to achieve that 90 million savings target, and as Nicola will tell you shortly, we're making good progress on that for this year. But the challenge there is we've got to achieve 90 million next year and the year after and the year after that. Also, the asset sales program, surplus asset sales, as you've talked about this morning, it's challenging. There's a risk there, and we'll need to make sure we'll need to work hard to achieve those targets. So we've got to achieve those targets and then deal with all these other things that are coming our way. So at the moment, we're monitoring those things closely. We're maintaining a strong focus on long-term sustainability, pathway to recovery, managing these risks, but it's shaping up for some pretty challenging situations for next year's budget, and you'll hear more about that next month. So with that, I'll pass across to John to talk about the debt slide, the debt picture.
Great. Look, thanks, Ross, and good afternoon, everybody. Look, I'll start with a picture of our debt. Our net debt as at the end of December 21 was 10.5 billion. So that was a modest, about 100 million increase over the figure as at the end of June 21. And that was largely a reflection of the slowdown in capital delivery, which Ross has talked about. Now, focusing on a couple of the key ratios which the rating agencies look at. The first one there, the after capital deficit ratio. Now, just to remind you what that is, that reflects our level of operating expenditure plus capital expenditure and compares that to our level of operating revenue and capital revenue, so things like capital subsidies we receive from government. Now, as long as that ratio of operating expenditure and capital expenditure doesn't exceed our level of operating capital revenue by more than 20%, and that's calculated on a 5-yearly average, that's consistent with a AA rating. As you can see, we're at minus 14.9%, so within that target of better than minus 20%. If we turn to our debt to revenue ratio, now just a reminder, that's gross debt to revenue, so it doesn't net off cash. Now this is quite elevated at the half year, and that's simply due to the fact that we had a large debt capital raising before Christmas, where we issued close to $1 billion New Zealand dollars in a foreign currency euro green bond. We'd expect that debt to revenue figure, so that gross debt to revenue figure, to move back towards that budget level over the remainder of that of this financial year. And just a reminder, the limit there is at 290%. Now, just note there has been talk in the media over the last couple of weeks about council's debt levels and the implication that we have too much debt. Now, I'd respond to that in saying that, I still believe we have a prudent level of debt given the size of Auckland Council's balance sheet. And I sort of evidence that by two factors. One is if you look at our sort of net debt to assets ratio. So that's, a basic measure of our leverage or gearing. That's sort of remained around the 17 to 19% area, has remained so for the last 4 or 5 years, and is in fact predicted to remain around those levels going forward. And I guess the other point is that, look, we've maintained our ratings from S&P and AA, and Moody's at AA2. Now, if they thought we had too much debt, we certainly wouldn't be at these strong rating levels and with a stable outlook. Just turn to the next slide, please. So now I'll spend a few moments updating you on our activity in the sustainable finance area. So look, firstly, green bonds. So just a reminder that when we raise money through green bonds, it is just like when we raise money through any other normal, say, vanilla bond, except that the proceeds must be invested in sustainable assets. And these are defined by our eligible assets, as you can see on the right-hand side of this chart there. So what we're doing with these funds, we're investing in things like low carbon transport, sustainable water management, efficient buildings, etc. Now, we were the first New Zealand entity to issue a green bond back in 2018, and now we have 5 outstanding green bond issues, totaling almost $2 billion. Our most recent issue was our first green bond issue issued in a foreign currency, and that was the Euro 500 million issue that we completed before Christmas last year.
Brilliant.
Just the next slide, please. So we've now undertaken what is called a sustainability-linked loan with ANZ. Now, what that is, that's just like a normal loan, except the margin that we pay on the loan depends on our performance against some predefined environmental, social, and governance objectives. Now, if we meet those objectives, we pay a slightly reduced margin, and if we fail to meet those objectives, we pay a slightly higher margin. Now, for those sustainability-linked loans, our targets are centred around diverse procurement, reducing our bus fleet emissions, and reducing our overall greenhouse gas emissions. Now, these targets need to be ambitious. They're beyond business as usual targets. And like our green bonds, their performance is subject, or our performance against these is subject to external review and regular reporting. Now, in addition to undertaking a sustainability-linked loan, we've now undertaken our first sustainability-linked derivative, again with ANZ. Now, just a reminder what a derivative is. That's an instrument we use to fix our interest rate exposure, often called interest rate hedges or interest rate swaps. So a sustainability-linked derivative is just like a normal derivative, except again, the fixed interest rate we pay depends on our performance against predefined social, environmental and governance objectives. Once again, if we meet our objectives, we pay a slightly reduced fixed rate, and if we don't, if we fail to meet our objectives, we pay a slightly higher fixed rate. And for our first sustainability-linked derivative, our targets are exactly the same as our sustainability-linked loan. So I'll leave it there and pass over to Nicola to talk about the parent results.
Thanks, John. Next slide, please. So the performance of the council parent is very consistent with what Ross has given an overview on for what is happening at the group level. our capital performance, you can see we delivered 116 million worth of projects in the first 6 months. And I think it is worth calling out the things that we have managed to progress, and there are some renewals projects that are listed there, Meadows Farm, Victoria Park, etc. We have, of course, faced significant headwinds in trying to deliver the projects, and that's due to a range of things, material shortages, staff shortages, but also some of the projects, particularly in the Development Program Office, City Centre space, have interdependencies with larger projects such as the CRL. And so, you know, we face delays if other projects face delays as well. And as much as we have taken a lot of mitigating steps to try to work with suppliers and get things planned early, it is a tricky space. Claudia may be able to talk to that a little bit more later. In terms of operating results, next slide, Hannah. As Ross also said, our operating results, the financial results look great. Our revenue is favourable to budget and our costs are below budget, but it does really belie what is a very challenging environment operationally. So we continue to see the high levels of consenting activity, which is why our revenue is overall above budget. It is offset by reductions, particularly in the leisure space, with a lot of our leisure facilities either having been closed or with lower visitation. And so, yes, we are also saving costs, and I'll talk soon about where we're at in terms of the savings target. But it has been challenging to recruit enough staff to deliver our programs, and some of the high volumes of work that we face in the regulatory area. So in terms of savings, we've made good progress on the 90 million target, so we are just above 70 million at this stage, just over 78%. A lot of that has come from underspending our budgets, one-off savings in the current year. However, we do continue to make procurement savings by contract negotiations, which will have an ongoing benefit. And we also had a good look at whether we really needed to send out printed rates notices every single quarter to all of our ratepayers, and have been able to, at this stage, stop sending them to people who pay by direct debit. And we're looking further at other customers and whether we need to keep sending those notices every quarter. Of course, we do send the first one at the beginning of the year. So we are on track to achieve the target this year. And we'll have an update. The next update will be to the VFM committee next month. It is a struggle, though, to make lasting savings that will contribute towards our targets for the next couple of years. So we're at around 52 million at this stage. And I will hand over to Karuna now, who will talk to some of the non-financial performance measures.
Thank you, Nicola. So in Q2, 26 performance measures were updated. And in a similar vein to the financial results, COVID-19 and the associated challenges continue to impact performance measure results as well. And as you can see on the screen, 11 performance measures did not meet target, and COVID-19 had either a direct or contributory impact. These included, for example, some regulatory measures, given things such as on-site inspections could not be done during COVID-19 restrictions, visitor numbers to our libraries, and participants in activities at our community facilities. However, as we move through the different settings of the COVID-19 protection framework, we were able to ease restrictions with a safe, staged reopening of facilities and services, whilst also considering staff safety and wellbeing. And Claudia will speak further on this shortly. The flow-on effect of COVID-19, and as Nicola mentioned earlier, around the increasing volumes and complexity of consents, plus the challenges around staffing, continued to place pressure on our statutory processing timelines. In terms of the 15 performance measures that achieved targets, these were indicative of areas we're progressing or continue to do well in. Our stormwater and waste results, customer satisfaction for our regulatory services, and our response to noise complaints was maintained. Next slide, please, Hannah. And just a few very brief highlights. So Amate project continues to do well. We've had very strong visitor numbers in our regional parks, and Long Bay and our botanic gardens are a particular favourite. In terms of the Kaipara Moana, the project strives for the protection of Kaipara Moana to ensure the waterways and wetlands of the catchment are healthy and enhanced. Stage 1 of that project was completed as well. So that's just a brief on some of the performance measures and highlights. If I could please invite Claudia. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Lovely to spend some time with you today to be able to give you an update on customer and community services for the last quarter. And I will also talk briefly about some of the future trends that we're starting to observe and how we may need to respond. If you can please move to the next slide. So this slide here briefly highlights the financial performance for Q2. So what you can see is actually a very strong performance for our operating expense management. As at December, we were 14 million underspend for our operating expenses, and that also includes a $6 million contribution that we had already made towards our organisational savings at that stage. So the total underspend as at December was 20 million. We're forecasting a slightly lower amount of underspend, and that is simply because some of the underspend is related to items that we're deferring and it's a timing issue, but also we need to be conservative and ensure that we're still conducting some of the mahi underway. We also want to be very sensitive that we still have potential ongoing COVID risks, and I will talk to those soon. So we need to be mindful about making sure we're not being too over-optimistic. The challenge that we have is in the CapEx space, and you can see that as at December, our CapEx performance was 30 million underspend. So that's about 12% of our total budget. It's important to note that half of that is related to a deferred land acquisition. So 15 million or so is actually related to true CapEx projects. We are mindful, though, that the ongoing impacts of Omicron could continue to impact our capital spend, as could the supply chain and other items such as inflationary pressures. So we're currently forecasting an underspend in our capital space of 46 million, which is unfortunately an 18% of our total budget being in the order of 260 million per year. Some of those programs are likely to carry forward, and what our teams are working on is that they're currently compiling the potential carry forward programs, and all of those items, I believe, are going to be coming to F&P in May. Next slide, please. So this shows you some of the impacts of COVID on our facilities utilisation. So this chart has lots of lines, but fundamentally it splits the last year or so into 4 different time zones. You have the pre-COVID utilisation rate, the light blue line being of our libraries, the dark blue line of active recreation, and the red of our parks. And then the B slot talks about the first lockdown, where you can see a really marked decline in attendance to almost all of our services. C talks a little about our recovery period, and D is the Delta outbreak implications on our services. Now, what is interesting to note is that after the first lockdown, our recovery period for our facilities was still quite low relative to pre-COVID utilisation. And fundamentally, we observed that our libraries, as well as our active rec, pools and leisure facilities, experienced between a 23 to 25% ongoing reduction in utilisation. When we then went into Delta, we saw a marked increase in parks utilisation, which is what Karuna also just mentioned. But of course, that naturally had an impact on our facility utilisation as well. And currently, the facility utilisation, for example, for our pools and leisure, is sitting at 57% lower than what we would traditionally expect. We will need to be very mindful about what this may mean for future utilisation of our services, and I will be talking to that shortly. Next slide, please. This shows that as a result of the declining utilisation, we have seen a financial impact. What you're seeing here is the actual versus budgeted net OPEX. So the actual is the light blue and the dark blue is the budget. And these are cumulative over time. The lines I would like to refer you to, though, are the green and the red lines. Now, there's both a positive and a negative story in this. The red line shows the forecast net revenue impact that we're anticipating by year end. So that looks to be around an 80% reduced revenue rate for our council services and customer and community. Conversely, however, because of really tight cost controls, our net OPEX, which is the green line, is actually staying fairly stable. And that is because we're trying to closely manage the risks in our revenue reduction with very tight cost control so that we can protect ultimately the financial well-being of council. Next slide, please. I've shown here some of our non-financial LTP measures, and as these are all largely related to customer utilisation at our service sites, you will see that all of these targets have not been met. And fundamentally, this is because people have not been able to attend our sites or our services, or we've had to conduct our services in different ways. We've, for example, for our leisure centres, have been providing services outdoors. And for some of our other services, we've had to shift to a more digital solution, such as for our events. Next slide, please. This slide here gives you a sample of some of the digital changes that we've been observing. And due to the scale of the axes, the black line may not look as big as what we are observing. However, we have seen an almost 100,000 increase in utilisation for the library's e-issues during the last year or so. The brown line shows the library's website visits, and that is somewhat mixed in terms of why people visit the website. Sometimes it can be to see if the library is open, but you can see some changes in that as well. And fundamentally, what we're trying to show with these slides is that we are seeing a shift in some of our customer behaviour, where they're looking to use, or they are already using, some of our digital sites more actively, and they're interested in doing so more. Next slide, please. This is also shown by this slide here, and there's lots of lines on it, but the key message to note is that some of our website activity is because people are trying to understand about our services, what is open, and what might be available to them in the near future. Others, however, might be related to a greater utilisation by customers overall. So, for example, the Auckland Paths website, which is a digital website that people can use to understand the services available to them, that has seen a very active customer utilisation over the last few months. We're going to continue to monitor these digital uptakes over the next few months quite closely. We really believe that there's an opportunity here for council to adapt some of our services so that we can better meet the customer needs. Next slide, please. In terms of CapEx, this slide here summarises the CapEx challenges that we have faced and that we're anticipating we will continue to face. And the red line again shows the forecast CapEx as a % of budget by year end. The challenge with that is there are some things that we can do at council, and we are already doing, to make sure we can maximise our CapEx spend in line with expectations. There are, however, some uncertainties, and the uncertainties exist regarding supply chain, workforce capacity, particularly during Omicron, as well as inflationary pressures that we're starting to see. Next slide, please. In terms of the Omicron pressures, we, as you may have been aware from our communications over the last few months, we have seen service impacts. And overall, I've actually been very impressed with the agility of all of our teams and all of our services. When we've had an impact, it's been short-lived. And the good news is that based on early data that we've seen just from the last few days ago, it looks as if we're over that Omicron hump and that the impact on our services is declining. However, as at the 9th of March, we had 33 sites that were affected, and many of those were understandably our pools and leisure centres as well as our libraries. Next slide, please. It is not all doom and gloom. We've actually had a lot of successes during the last half year, and I would like to acknowledge all of our teams and all of our elected members who also supported our teams during this time. There are a number of large-scale successes, and this only shows some highlights. What I'd like to particularly point out is that we had successes in meeting and potentially exceeding the savings targets that Council has set for this year, so that we can make sure that we continue to have really strong financial sustainability. The other aspect that I think our teams can be very proud of is our agility and our ability to adapt to the Omicron and previously the Delta outbreaks. These were highly uncertain times that required a strong amount of collaboration, but our teams also adapted. They have identified new ways of delivering customer services, including digitally, such as giving citizenship ceremonies online and providing events such as Music in the Parks online now. That way, our teams can continue to contribute to the well-being of our communities and continue to contribute to the economic recovery. I would also like to give a big acknowledgement to the Amotai team. That work has done a lot in terms of putting focus on the communities who may need us most, particularly around Māori and Pasifika employment, and making sure that we can support those who are most disadvantaged. Next slide, please. We have a large number of mitigations in place, and I know that our teams are all very focused on making sure that we can ride through these uncertainties as best as possible. There are 4 key areas that we will need to very closely monitor this next 6 months, but also over the coming few years. 1, these are the macroeconomic shifts that we're all aware of. So this includes inflationary pressures, workforce shortages, and supply chain risks. Given the COVID environment, we may also have further potential closures, which may affect our revenue. We're also anticipating some changing customer behaviours. And we will be looking not only locally in terms of customer data, utilisation data at our sites, digital uptake data, but we will also be looking internationally to understand from those countries that are a little bit ahead of New Zealand in terms of their COVID outbreak, what this may have meant for their services and how we may need to adapt at Council. And last but not least, we still continue to face potential staff shortages. And so those are things that we're really closely monitoring. And of course, we want to make sure that we retain as many of our excellent staff as possible. Next slide, please. So in terms of managing these key risks, on the left-hand side, those bubbles largely refer to items that we within our operational teams can directly manage and are working on. So to mitigate the risks around revenue shortfalls and inflationary pressures, we are recommending that we continue to focus on operational excellence and efficiencies. For example, where we can, we should continue to focus on a digital-first strategy so that we can direct customers to more convenient, lower-cost solutions where that is appropriate. We should also be looking at revenue growth opportunities and driving revenue growth where we can and where it's safe to do so, for example, with marketing campaigns in pools and leisure or for our libraries attendances. But we should also be looking at revenue growth in terms of how we may need to pivot our services. If, for example, people are not utilising our indoor pools and leisure spaces, do we need to look at how we offer alternative solutions in the outdoors while also protecting our revenue position? And last but not least relates to economies of scale. Our directorate is a large directorate and our teams have done a lot of excellent work over the last few years to make sure we're as collaborative as possible, we minimise duplication and we maximise each other's expertise. We would really like to continue that, and we're continuing to do work across our directorate and including with other directorates to make sure that we're utilising our valued and highly skilled resources in the most effective ways. That also applies to procurement, and we've already applied a number of procurement strategies to be able to ease the CapEx programs, to make those faster to implement. And we continue to see that there will be some improvements in that space. However, it may take a little bit longer for those to take effect. Now, in terms of the other opportunities that may particularly require greater engagement with our elected members, that continues to be the focus on capital spend that you've just heard about, and also some of the LTP recommendations that we made last year. And those LTP recommendations affect our asset-based services. And we still continue to have the Section 17A reviews that are underway. And the Section 17A reviews that we're currently working on is that for pools and leisure. These items and any recommendations that come from those analyses will be coming to elected members, and we may have recommendations for how we can more effectively spend our capital spending capabilities, what we may need to deprioritise, or other recommendations based on what we're seeing with customer trends. It is important that we stay agile, because the more agile we can be, the more we can protect Council's financial position. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm very happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. It's a large presentation and a lot to take in, and there's good news and some cautionary news. I have 3 questions so far, Councillor Cooper, Councillor Walker and the Deputy Mayor. Councillor Cooper, you first.
Quickly remember what my questions were. So this is for the whole presentation, right? Because I had some questions, I think, for John of the finance team around the sustainable link loan. Okay. So is going into that loan, is that assumed, like the benefits has been assumed around having or actually having the climate action targeted rate money available, or without that?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's a difficult one to answer directly. whether it assumes that or not. We might have, I don't know if I've got Helen Mahoney on the line or not, whether she can add anything to that. But these targets have been, formulated in association with the business to what, we can achieve. But they are stretch targets. They're not sort of easy ones that we can easily achieve. So they're stretch targets, which is generally going to rely on, funding going into things which support, strong, sustainable and social outcomes.
Okay, so I guess that means sort of we need that, don't we? And the other question was around staff. Like, it looks like the increases, are they a rebound response to when we cut staff by 5%? Because I look at it and it's all the core stuff we do, and now we need the staff again. To me, it doesn't seem a surprise that that's happening, given we're low in staff. Because I'm asking because often we've got this public perception that we're sort of over flush with staff, but we cut right across the board 5%, and now we're looking, well, we're increasing again in the places that are really needed, like the ports, like regulatory, when we've cut them back, and now, I don't know, maybe a year's respite, but the reality is we still need them. Would that be a rebound response to having those cuts in the first place, as well as increased need?
Ross, I was looking for you to answer that one, maybe.
I'll give it a go. Others can jump in. I guess there's lots of things going on there. I don't think that's the primary response is we cut staff and then we let people go and now we've got to rehire them. I think there's a number of things going on there. We largely, let staff go because we found more efficient ways to do things, or we took different decisions about services. So those don't change. Some of it is filling vacancies in ports and other places where if you don't have people, and we've experienced, most organisations experience lots of people leaving, and we've got to fill vacancies. So you will have seen over the last year or so a dip in numbers as people leave and haven't been replaced because you just can't find people. And so what we saw towards the second half of the last calendar year was filling some of those vacancies because we finally managed to get people for those roles. Some of the things, particularly in Auckland transport space, one of the things I've called out consistently is, the size of the capital program, the nature of the projects determines how many people they have. And the best thing for them is, certainty around the size of the capital program, and then they can make sure they build up, a team of delivery people consistently. If you have to keep chopping and changing your delivery staff as the CapEx funding comes and goes, it gets really challenging. So there's a number of complex things in there. I don't think it's a direct response of we cut staff and now we're having to reverse that. I think there's a range of other factors going on.
Thank you, and I guess it's the same for water care. Just another question, if you'll indulge, Madam Chair, Claudia, is when you talk about offering other services, I see with the website visits, it was a lot around our sport and leisure. So I imagine a lot about when are the swimming pools open, those sorts of things, and we can't deliver that online. When you say other options, would it, for example, partnering with schools who have outdoor pools or that kind of way of delivering water? Or do you want us to have a conversation about this at another time at a workshop?
Yeah, Linda, sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine.
In here, can I just say can we just leave that? Hold that thought, Councillor.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Sure. Got a few questions. Got a question first that just follows on from Councillor Cooper around the sustainability-linked loans. They're linked to emissions reduction. Would I be correct in assuming that the emissions reductions are Auckland Council group reductions, not Auckland reductions? Because obviously we have a climate target for Auckland as compared to Auckland Council.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, you go, Helen.
Yeah, I can answer that one through the chair. So the greenhouse gas emission target that's linked to our sustainability linked loan is just for the council group. It's not related to our regional emissions. And in response to Councillor Cooper's question earlier, the target the greenhouse gas emission target doesn't take into account any activity that's been funded under the climate action targeted rate.
Okay. Well, that's fine. I've got a few other questions, and if it's okay, I'll just group them together because a number of them are related and they're topical. I would make the assumption at this point in time that any activities, any interaction that we've got with Russia, as it might go to various people associated with Russia buying bonds, any importation that we've got from Russia, anything in that sphere of activity generally is being closely monitored. So I'll just leave that question for a moment so that you can think about it, and I'll just go along to onto a few related issues. Conversely, if there is anything whatever that we can support Ukraine around, there will be Ukrainian refugees coming to New Zealand. Many of those people are professional. They have a high degree of competency. A number of them can speak English and the like. If there is any opportunity that we as Auckland Council can do to provide support there, that would be highly desirable. The other related issue goes to our dependency on oil. Quite obviously, that is a global issue right now. I'm not certain where New Zealand's oil imports come from, but obviously you've got a global mix there, and anything that we can do as a council to lead reductions in oil consumption, to radicalise our shift to electric vehicles, which are much more economical, would be highly useful. So that's just a grouping of questions I've got that all go to the issue around Russia and Ukraine, which I think is not just here for the short term, but frankly will be around for the medium to long term in terms of its effects. So I'd just invite a response there. Thanks.
Can I just help staff here a bit, Councillor? Those questions are not direct questions for this item, which is the response, the result of our 6-month financial report for the period of 31st of December. But I think it's something that is a decision, is questions that you've asked are relevant and everyone would like to know. And may I ask that staff that we make an appropriate time to answer those questions? Thank you.
Okay. The other question I've got just goes to the figures that you put up around building consents. I'm not sure what the situation is around resource consents, but the feedback that I get from people that work in this area in the community is quite severe in terms of the duration of time that it's that is occurring and the impact on businesses. I mean, to the tune of months and months that people are waiting. So I don't necessarily need a detailed response now, but I think there's a huge amount of urgency around that, because I would suggest that that circumstance could and will escalate with the draconian changes that the government is making around urban densities and the like. That will actually start biting soon. I don't know whether you want to generate a response, but Madam Chair, I am indicating that that is something that we need to pay a lot of attention to, and as councillors I think it's vital that we have more oversight over that as soon as we can.
Thank you, Councillor. And again, I don't want to I want to protect staff a bit and just note that that will be covered in the regulatory meeting. They have supplied a result as per the 31st of December. Deputy Mayor, your question, please. Sorry.
Just supplementary, Madam Chair. I mean, I know that the Regulatory Committee contains a relatively limited number of councillors, but this issue is of such magnitude that it really needs to be go to the governing body or the like. I know there's a huge concern around the development community over this issue, Madam Chair. Thank you. That's all from me.
I can probably respond, at least in a partial sense, to that, Councillor Walker. That's around the performance measures that are reported in the pack under regulatory services. That's page 131 of the material on Nexus, I believe. So that does outline where it's been achieved, where it's not been achieved, what the statutory requirements are, and where work is ongoing to lift that up as well. So that's probably not going to answer the full question, which would need to go to that regulatory committee, but it is the performance metrics feedback that's there.
Thank you, Peter. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I got one question for John and one for Nicola. First one, John, when you talked about the delivery of the capital program, we were, make my notes here, we were at high 60s%, I think, from memory. 62, yeah. Is that in dollars and cents, or is that in the actual projects themselves? And if it's in dollars and cents, what is the actual projects themselves, given that we're having materials and construction cost increases?
Through you, Manager, I think it's probably is it a Ross Tucker question? You're talking about capital expenditure delivery?
Yes, that's correct. The CapEx delivery program, yeah.
Yeah. It's
Ross?
probably
Okay, sorry.
direct before to Ross.
Yeah, so what we're reporting on there is how much did we spend compared to budget, and so the results there show you what we spent compared to budget. So some of that, the big driver there is a whole lot less than budget, and that is because of the lower delivery. To some extent, we'll be chewing through more dollars because some of the prices are going up. So we're starting to see that bite and starting to have that come through. I think that some of that will come through more over time. Some of it will be contractor claims that come through after the event, beyond the lockdown period. Others were, it'll be projects that that come through. Don't have any specific dollar amounts. I mean, a lot of the projects that are underway in construction that occurred over the last quarter would have been ones contracted earlier. So it's kind of as we contract things now is where things hit, but also as people, as costs go up and people run into difficulties, we get supplier claims through lockdown. So there's quite a lot going on there. We don't have specific numbers yet in terms of how much of the CapEx is cost, is price factors as opposed to volume and delivery factors. I mean, that will take a bit more time to analyse some of that stuff, and I think something we can look at as we get through the rest of the financial year, so that by year end we have a clearer picture, not just about the quantum, but the impact of pricing. But we do know that going forward, those things are becoming more and more challenging.
Yes, thanks, Ross. I guess that's exactly the answer I was looking for. So for every dollar we spend, we might only get 80 cents worth of actual project on the ground as these inflationary hits accumulate. So thanks. To Nicola, the question was about the target savings. So you've made about 72% this financial year to date, a bit more to go, but it's going to get harder over the next 2 or 3 years. Is that still a realistic target, do you think?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Cashmore. That is a tough one to answer. I think it is going to be challenging, and you've seen the information that's come out in the consultation budget the consultation document relating to the challenges that we have with our finances in the future, and that'll be updated in your workshops coming up. It is difficult to find savings that are reducing costs and improving our efficiencies, but we are up for the challenge, and we've got a value for money program. We're embarking on, Claudia mentioned revenue projects, which we're looking at organisation-wide as well as just in customer and community services. So we do have a few leads and ideas, but yeah, it's not meant to be easy. It's meant to challenge us, and we'll keep you posted.
Thanks, Lee. I think that's a critical point, because there's no sense having these aspirational budget savings set at a point that are non-achievable, because then we'll have false budgets going forward that won't be portraying the reality. So, yeah, please keep us well informed. Much appreciated.
Thanks for that, Bill. Councillor Coombe.
Kia ora, Chair. Tēnā koutou, ngā mihi nui kia koutou. Thank you for the report and the presentation. I think it's really good to have such a fulsome presentation that can be publicly facing and explained to the public. So I presume the presentation will be incorporated into the minutes, which would be fantastic. I have a bit of a potpourri of questions, if I may, Madam Chair. The first one is to Mr. Bishop around the sustainable link loans, and I just wondered, is this distinct from the sustainability linked derivatives, which I understand is this happened in the latest quarter, so it's not being reported on in this current report. Is that right? Am I understanding that that's right, that they're two different things? Because I see that Auckland Council's getting some accolades for the sustainability linked derivatives as being the first council in New Zealand to put those in place.
Yeah, through you, Chair. So, yeah, both of these are subsequent to 31 December, so they've happened in this quarter. And, yeah, we are the first council to do a sustainability-linked derivative, and probably the second organisation in New Zealand. We're beaten by a week by another organisation, which is actually owned offshore, so we're probably the first, at least New Zealand-owned organisation to do one.
Oh, great. That's really good to hear.
That'll be a highlight for next quarter.
Yeah. Oh, that's good to know. And I mean, I'm just really keen to understand more about how this is, part of our sustainability targets for another day. But thank you for that work on that. Sounds really innovative. My second partai is around is regards to libraries, and the fact that we're below 35k below target for our library users. And I think it is mentioned in the report. I mean, obviously, I do acknowledge across all of this has been massive impacts with COVID and lockdowns. But I just wonder, have we not yet seen the benefit of removing the library fines? And have we just not been able to yet really ramp up a really good kind of promotion around coming back to your library? And is that kind of having an impact on that number?
So kia ora, Councillor Coombe, thank you for the question. So through the chair, I think it's too premature to say whether or not the marketing effects that we're currently launching to return back to the libraries is having an effect or will have an effect. It is currently underway. It has recently been launched. We have to be mindful of the Omicron situation and staffing shortages. So we didn't want to essentially overpromise and underdeliver, for example, during this time where we did have some staffing uncertainties. So, and I think it's also too soon to understand whether or not the library fine situation is going to result in a change in utilisation. There are two things here that we need to be mindful of. There's probably the direct short-term implications of people attending our facilities, and that will change and is expected to change as a result of COVID, as people did lose some confidence of going into public places. The long-term effects, though, is the aspect that we need to be mindful about, and that's where we can really look at how our marketing influences attendance rates, and also how the library fines reduction influences attendance rates. So we're too soon to be able to say whether or not they're making a difference right now, I'm afraid. Mm-hmm. We can certainly continue to give an update, and probably at that next quarterly report might be a really good time for us to do a bit of an update to see if we're seeing any changes to those trends. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Claudia. And I know cities all around New Zealand are following Auckland's lead on removing library fines, so it's great mahi there. And just finally, Chair, just a very quick one, and I know in the scheme of things this is minor and there's a whole lot that's being reported on and big challenges, but there was a request, I think it was at the last quarterly report, that we have reporting back on the uptake of outside dining licences, and just whether we're seeing any kind of positive impact with the decisions that we made about removing the fees for extending outside dining. So I couldn't find it anywhere in the report, and I just wondered if that had dropped off or we were going to have it reported to us some other way.
Peter, did that go to regulatory? Or
I'm afraid I don't recall that at all. I'll have to chase that one up.
we'll come back to you, Pippa. Thanks for the reminder. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. That's all of my questions, and great to see your recommendations.
Thanks. I've got them up so people can read them. There's nothing that's not in the report, but I'm highlighting the positive and noting the concerns. Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Chair. I had just a few questions for the Treasurer and also for Ross. Is John still? Yeah, John's still with us. I can see you there, John. Hey, you went through the debt with us, John. I haven't got that up on the screen at the moment. What's the debt? What was the change in the debt and where are we sitting at the moment?
So through you, Chair, so the change in debt, this is our net debt, so your gross debt taking off our cash we hold, that's gone up to 10.5 billion as at 31 December 2021. That's up, I think it was 108 million from the end of June 21.
Okay, John, thanks. Okay, and now in terms of servicing that debt, John, I just wanted to ask you a question around how much do we pay to service that debt on a daily basis? Have you got an idea of what our cost there is?
The ballpark, our interest bill is sort of around, call it $450 million a year. So what's that? It's about 1.3 million per day.
Okay, and of that, say 1.3, how much of that is interest and how much of that is principal?
That's just interest.
Okay.
Because our debt level is still growing. So when our tranches of debt mature, we are renewing them. So we're not repaying any principal.
Right. And so can you just, I guess that just leads to the question, can you just explain to us why, could you expand that for us, John? Why aren't we paying principal on it? And at what point in time do we start paying principal?
Okay. So the reason we're not paying principal back is that obviously the city's still growing and we're investing in a lot of capital expenditure. So if you look at our long-term plan forecast, it has our debt going to just over 16 billion and has our assets growing through our capital investment from its current level at around about 55 billion to about 90 billion. Now, if you look at what makes up how our debt grows, it's going to grow by smaller and smaller amounts based on our forecasts at the moment each year. That's because we generate bigger and bigger operating cash flows through the long-term plan, and that's because we essentially move to fully funding depreciation, which is a non-cash cost in our operating budget. But obviously that difference or that cash that we generate can go towards the capital investment, so we're less reliant on debt. But debt is still forecast to grow each year for the remainder of the long-term plan, but by lowering amounts each year.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get I understand that answer, John, but in terms of, if you could just help me in terms of timeline. So when we get to that situation where it keeps diminishing and we get to that, I guess, cash flow positive, for want of a better word, situation, what is that projected for where we could make the decision to pay off principal?
I mean, that's not projected in this long-term plan, which goes out to 2031. So that's very much going to depend on the next long-term plan, which Council's put in place in 2 to 3 years' time, and what decisions councils make on things like revenue levels, expenditure, capital expenditure, etc.
Okay.
I might just add a bit of a clarification there if I could. We get to a balanced budget under the long-term plan around about 27, 28, but we continue to increase our gross debt levels over that time. The main purpose of debt, of course, is around intergenerational equity. So you're spreading the cost of what is built over the period of the time of the users of that asset. So it's actually that relationship which is really important as well.
Yeah, and I'll just add to help you, Greg, too. You know, you can't say that our debt is bad, because if it wasn't right, if our debt was too big or out of control or whatever, we wouldn't maintain the credit ratings from both the two major rating agencies. And I think that's really key. It is eye-wateringly large. You know, debt is eye-wateringly large for most people, but the percentage of our debt to assets is under 20%, and we still maintain the highest rating of any council in New Zealand.
Okay.
You had a question for Ross too, I think, didn't you?
Well, I might, while Peter's there, I might just Peter. So would it be financially prudent for the Auckland Council in 2028 to consider paying principal as well as interest?
Through you, Madam Chair. The relationship's somewhat more complicated than that. It's really around the investment and infrastructure that's required and the life of that infrastructure and the period of time over which you need to pay that off. So it's not quite as simple a relationship. But maintaining the commitment to that balanced budget is crucial.
Okay, yeah. Thanks, Peter. So it'd be fair to say that we haven't got a plan to pay off the principal or to go into a situation paying off principal as well as interest for the reasons that you've outlined.
No, I don't think that would be fair through you, Chair. I think that would be a misrepresentation of what I just said, which is it's a very complicated relationship, and we shouldn't just look at that one aspect of it. It's really around delivering over the generational aspects of the users of the infrastructural assets.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Peter. Thank you, gentlemen. I did have some questions that, through you, Chair, maybe Mr. Tucker that wants to answer them. So it's really, Ross, it's really a 101 question in terms of budgets, and probably more specifically, my questions around the line items within our budgets. How you would explain to councillors are they their purpose? So those line item purpose, are they targets? Are they guidelines? What's your definition of a budget line item in that general sense?
I guess at the most sort of basic level, why do we have budgets in our annual plan and long-term plan? It's, I guess, we operate within the context of the Local Government Act, which kind of says you've got to set out your intentions to spend money, define the services, assets you're going to provide, and outline how you intend to pay for it. So the budgets are there to represent an intention to invest in services and assets, and it determines the funding sources. So it's there to provide community transparency in terms of where the money goes and how we pay for it. So the budget supports our rates collection and setting rates, whether it's targeted rates, general rates, development contributions, use of borrowings, all those things. So the budgets are there to ensure that we have the money available to provide the services and have the means to pay for it. If we exceed budgets, and if you see us through these quarterly reports showing that we've got less revenue coming in or more money going out, it's going to be tougher and tougher to keep delivering those services. And at some point we have to revisit those funding parameters, such as rates or debt or whatever. So I think, to me, that's sort of the core purpose. I hope that helps answer your question.
No, yeah, Councillor, respectfully, if you want to ask general finance questions, this isn't the item to do that. This is about the results, the second quarter results, all right?
I'll ask a question about the results then, Madam Chair. Anyway, thank you, Ross, for that explanation. It did answer my question. Thank you. So it's around the slide around the FTEs over the last 6 months. I think I noted on that slide they were up 380 or 381 FTE of that period. That obviously would have a ongoing effect into the reporting item around salaries and benefits. So the question is, what in terms of the budget for the line item for remuneration and benefits for council group, Are you able to comment if we're ahead of budget there, on budget or under budget in terms of that remuneration line item, please?
It's for the group, we were 17 million over budget on employee benefits for that 6-month period. Period was within budget. The biggest driver was water care, and a lot of that was overtime cost that we had. Where water care had to have extra shifts of people to maintain social distance as they kept essential services going. Sometimes some of the FTEs come with extra revenue, such as the ports or things like that. Things in the regulatory space, you have extra people and extra revenue that goes with it. But in terms of the employee benefits line, 17 million above budget, off a budget of over $500 million. So it's a small variance percentage-wise, and water care was the biggest part of that.
Okay, Ross, and could I just, final question would be, say, for the parent Auckland Council itself, because obviously we've had explained to us the difficulty to recruit and retain staff, and so for the parent, the same question, Ross, where are we sitting there in terms of that line item being under, over, or on target?
I might just ask Nicola to answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Ross. We are under our budgeted level of FTE, so that means we did budget to have more staff than we currently have, and that's one reason that we are in the financial results. You'll see that we are under our staff cost budget as well.
Okay, Nicola, thank you very much. Have you got that at your fingertips here? I'm just trying to find that number in terms of how far under are we?
I don't have the budgeted FTE at my fingertips.
All right, okay, all right, it's available. Okay, well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the officers for their helpful answers.
Thank you, Councillor. Final question, Councillor Hills.
Good, Madam Chair. I did have some similar questions to Greg, but first the question on the CapEx. How quickly, or do we have any idea, and it's impossible probably with supply issues and inflation, but how quickly we will catch up or can catch up? And is the issue that we cannot move a lot of this forward easily into the next budget, or do we feel like we can catch up within this 6 months?
So the latest, we're still working through current year forecasts as part of the annual budget exercise. We do expect to be down. We won't catch up for the full annual budget number. We're so far behind, and there's so many supply chain constraints. We're not going to catch up across the group for this financial year. We're probably going to be slightly down next financial year as well. So even with higher pricing and higher costs, we think there's going to be over the next 12 year to 18 months, there is going to be continued under delivery of the capital program. I think that's pretty much inevitable.
Good, thank you. The other question I had, and they were based before Councillor Sayers asked his, but I guess there is a lot of trouble made with our debt because people believe we're a house that you suddenly need to pay down the debt to nothing because we're all going to retire. But because the council continues forever, could you just explain what it would mean if we were actually going to try reduce our debt? Say we didn't debt fund any of the assets this year. Was it, I think the figure, we'd have to put up rates 50%, 50 this year, if we were going to do all our capital without debt funding?
I can't recall the figures off the top of my head, but yes, if it's hundreds of millions of dollars, it is. If we were to run if we wanted to pay down debt significantly, you'd have to stop a whole bunch of capital investment or massively put up rates to continue capital investment without the use of debt. So I guess that those are all the levers we work through. What's the level of capital investment? What's the level of rates? What's the level of borrowings? If you sort of move one lever, such as borrowings, in the opposite direction, it's going to have a major impact on the other levers.
So essentially the two things that matter most is that the debt to revenue ratio, which was still under forecast, and the net debt to asset ratio, which has kind of been moving in the 17, 18% for the last 5 or 6 years. So essentially our debt is stagnant based on assets.
I think that those are the key things. I guess the other thing is, what is the debt for? If it's borrowing and investing in infrastructure that's supporting the growing city, it's growth infrastructure that's going to be there for a long time. Well, then that is a prudent way to manage the council's finances, and it's exactly the stuff that our rating agencies look at. What is the debt being used for? Is it building quality investments and assets for the future?
And the public would need to know, if we were not going to add debt this year, we'd have to put up our rates 50%. To cover the current capital investment.
Something like that.
Something like that. Some would have to be significant trade-offs.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Look, I've got no further questions and I don't have any comment now. 3-second rule. No, look, I just want to draw everyone's attention to the Chair's Recs I put up. They are all taken direct from the report, but they do cover some things that I think is important, and that's the uncertainty and disruption of COVID-19, the investment that we've actually made for the period, our debt, and the fact that although it's gone up, it's okay. And the highlight actually for me is the green bonds. The fact that our revenue is down, our expenditure is favourable, but actually that's due to work delay, and the progress on savings. So to that end, I'm happy to move those recommendations and ask the Deputy Chair to second. Okay, and with no comments, I'm happy to take this to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
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 Against?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you. Members, I'm very conscious that it's 2 o'clock and we haven't had much of a break, but we do only have a couple of what I think may be quick items. And if anyone is unhappy that we keep going, could you speak now, please? Right, we will keep going, and I go to item 11 now and ask Pramod to open the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, kia ora everyone. Just in the interest of time, I will do a pretty quick summary of the purpose for this report. So in November last year, the PACE Committee allocated funding to the Mangere Centre Park upgrade project. It's a project that's already in Community Facilities Work Programme. There was a funding shortfall once tenders were received, and the committee agreed to allocate available surplus funding from the Sport and Rec Fund grant funding that's in this year's budget. So 300,000 was allocated to this project. The committee approved it, but because it's a capital grant, it's generally that funding is used to fund third-party projects, but the Mangere Centre project is one of our projects delivered by Community Facilities. So a budget conversion is required to change it to a CapEx budget. Both the Sport and Rec Fund and the capital expenditure would be debt funded. So overall, from a funding perspective or cash perspective, there's no change to funding for future funding requirements, and Community Facilities have confirmed that any consequential OPEX implications can be funded through existing budgets. So based on that summary, and to achieve the outcomes that were intended for the upgrade of the park, the officer recommendation is to approve the change in budget, and noting that there aren't any future funding implications. So happy to take any questions if there are any, and I'll hand back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Councillor Filipaina and Councillor Collins to move and second this item. Are you both? I can see Councillor Collins has said yes to seconding. Councillor Filipaina, are you okay to move?
Yes, Chair, and thank you so much for the email. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Any comments? I'll then take it to the vote. You haven't got the mover and seconder in there, Sandra. Sandra, can you hear me?
Yes, Maya's actually got it on the screen.
Okay, but you haven't got the mover and seconder in. It's Councillor Filipaina and Councillor Collins.
She does have it. So when you put it to the vote,
Oh, okay.
She'll
Okay.
click OK. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so move to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
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 Carried. Thank you. Item 12 is the Forward Work Programme. Peter, did you want to speak to this?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as always, it's more of an information item, but I did want to note that one of the report backs, which is on page 178, has been moved. That is to advise the committee around the Arafa, Motat and Auckland Museum levy report. So that hasn't come to this meeting. So that will be going and being considered by the governing body at its meeting scheduled for 28 April.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. The only change there.
Thank you for that. Councillor Casey has indicated her desire to move this item. I'm happy to second it. Any questions? Any comments? I'll take it to the vote then. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 13, summary of our memos and briefings. I'm happy to move. Deputy Chair, would you second, please? Oh, sorry, who was that? Kathy?
I think Kathy just got there.
Okay, Kathy got there. Happy to have Kathy as a seconder. Thank you. Any questions about this item? Any comments? No. I'll take it to the vote then. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. We have no consideration of extraordinary business. So members, thank you very much. It's been a long day and a very short break. I really appreciate that, but you now have the afternoon to yourself. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Don't do the Guinness too hard, and I close the meeting at 2:06 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Cheers, Lou.